mean, that's a really interesting way of pushing it forward. We're at the midway point here with Will Holland on Cadets Con and the Will Holland panel. Coming up next is Tom Hutchison from Big Dog Ink. Head over to cadetscon.com and click on Cadets Con links, and a bunch of Will's links are there, as well as links to all of our guests will be there as they come on, and we have guests for our partners or links for our partners as well available there. Will, your art style, who would you consider your biggest influence in your art style?
Oh, wow. When I was growing up, I would definitely say, like, I love Jack Kirby's stuff. A lot of Jack Kirby stuff was real big and bulky, and the musculature was such a unique way. And then he had these crazy splash colors going in the background. I remember reading some of his Thor stuff and just being blown away. Joe Kubert and his sons, really part of it. As I got older, Ed McGuinness, Jim Lee, Todd McFarland, Dale Keown. When I draw stuff, I tend to draw big. And so I want to draw big. I want to draw expressive. I want to draw stuff that when people see it, it's just like, oh, wow, that's really, and you not only connect with the act, what's going on, you actually connect with the emotionality. So I feel like with those artists, they're really very expressive. And I mean, then you got Jim Lee, who's just, just woof. Just a whole other level of artist as far as his detail goes. And I mean, him and Scott Williams are like a team that can't be beat. They're, as far as I'm concerned, they're the Jordan and Pippen of the comic book world.
Can't wait to see more Pencil Ninja stuff, and same.
S Comic Makers here. Woo!
So you've mentioned Dale Keown a couple times. What is it about his work that draws you so in?
His Hulk run was the first time I really saw him.
I was hoping you'd say.
His Hulk run. Man, just seeing the muscles on the Hulk, just seeing just tendons. And then you got to see, like with Peter David, he was writing this big psychological piece that was behind the scope of it. Right? You're finding out all about like Bruce Banner's dad and how Bruce Banner's dad influenced him. And then you get introduced to the Dark Hulk. Dale Keown really continues what McFarlane started with the Gray Hulk and Joe Fixit and all this other stuff. But then you see the Green Hulk, and he's more of this rage monster and all this other stuff. And then eventually you get the Professor Hulk that is like this big, huge, and I mean, the physicality shifted because like you see all these different versions of Hulk kind of fighting against each other. And then at some point, whenever Banner makes up his mind that he can reconcile them, and when he does, and you get this huge, just boom, new Professor Hulk who's bigger than all of them combined, but yet he's smarter. He's smarter because he's got access to Banner's intelligence. And so it's really beautiful. And again, it's just that whole idea of, his musculature. And man, I mean, then you see him in Pitt whenever he went to Image. And then you got big muscular aliens. I don't know that Dale Keown knows how to draw. Like if I was in a Dale Keown comic, I would be ripped. And I would pray for the body he would give me in it. I don't know that he draws fluffy people very well because all his characters are just jacked.
Right. He does muscles. Like, Rob Liefeld does pockets and big guns. Dale Keown does muscles.
Yeah. Muscles on top of muscles. And I mean, that's the same way with McGuinness's work. His is a little bit more cartoony, which is, I like that throws some more of my cartoony style, but his muscles he's got muscle on top of muscles. Like he knows the muscle groups.
Mm-hmm.
That's for certain.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that's interesting about indie creators to me, and it's why I love talking about them, is that indie creators most of the time have a day job. So the comics are a second, or not a second thing, but they're a thing that they do because they love it, not because it's what's paying their bills. So Tell me a little bit about that. How do you balance having a job that I know is very demanding of you? I mean, you had to log into work this morning while you're appearing at a convention. That's very demanding of you. How do you balance that with creating something like that?
Well, first thing I've had to learn how to do is shift focus, shift attention, shift my passion, because whereas I'm working and I'm doing the day job and I'm going through and I'm answering questions and I'm trying to solve mysteries that are going on as it relates to travel and things, then it's like, okay, sometimes even something like that kind of inspires what I start writing or what I start working on. Funny story, the story that's in this book right here is a story that came out of a Pathfinder adventure that we did for the podcast. Jingles, who's on here, introduced me to the world of Pathfinder. I played D&D some in the past, and I played the old school Marvel role-playing game, but I really never played Pathfinder before. And so when Jingles introduced me to it, I started coming up with this monk character who was a man of war for a long time, and then he realized that his anger and rage that he had couldn't really help him save the lives he thought it would. And so then he basically ends up going to like a Shaolin monastery, and there's a little old lady by the name of Master Ma who is there teaching these big burly dudes, and he just comes down, he kind of falls down, and he's just like, teach me the ways of peace. She's like, I can teach you the ways of peace, but there's a lot more you need to learn. And so she's like, let's see if you can make it a week. And so she goes through things with him and everything. And man, I mean, it's a story that will continue to develop. Excuse me. Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you are, King.
That's absolutely fair.
And that's the thing, you know, it's I wanted to tell the story of a mountain of a man who, I'll show the picture of him real quick while I'm talking about it. He's a mountain of a man, but he has to learn to defend the lives of other people, not just himself. You know, he learns the importance of being selfless. And so that's kind of the story I really wanted to tell. That came a lot out of my work experience even, and kind of, you know, thinking about situations I deal with every day. It's like, how can I be more selfless when I'm dealing with people? How can I be more selfless as a person in life? And so that's kind of how that all kind of sparked together. So a lot of it's really just letting life inspire you, even when it's at work. And then taking those things and putting them into digestible chunks, so that way people can get them and get the gist of the story out of it. Yeah, Jingles, when we did the initial campaign, Jingles actually drew Harbinger for us. And actually drew Harbinger and all our characters, and then went in and made little chips so we could move around and different things. We did it in Roll20.
Yeah. So you talked about being inspired by the world around you. And you told a story. You talked about it earlier, your Santa Claus day-to-day life story.
Mm-hmm.
But you told the story of how you came up with that concept last night. And I think that's a very interesting idea. That's a very interesting thought on being influenced by the world around you.
My mother, I'm a questioner. I question a lot of things. Can't wait for that. But my mother, I always question. So I had questions like when I grew up in the projects at one point. It was just like, how do I, you know, what do I do if I want to, you know, what if Santa Claus were to come in our house? I live in the projects. How's Santa Claus supposed to get in? There's no chimney. You know, how's Santa Claus supposed to get to the front door if it's locked? How does that make sense? You know, and I started thinking about questions like, well, how does he get around the world in less than 24 hours, even though time zones are different? And how is Christmas all done in one day? And my mother would just be like, here's a notebook, kid, write these questions down, and then maybe one day you'll find answers. Of course, when you ask a question, you're hoping that somebody will help you, will guide you, even if I don't give you the answer directly, at least guide you to the source of the answer. My mother was just kind of like, you ask a lot of questions, write them down. And so I did. And then eventually I was just like, well, wait a minute. If Santa was a spy, maybe he would have clearances to get into certain countries where other people couldn't fly over. Maybe if he had like a universal lockpick, he could get into houses that didn't have chimneys. Or maybe, you know, if he would always have dog treats for dogs that were specific to the house. So that way, like, he'd go into one house and there'd be a Doberman Pinscher who only like certain sweet treats. He would just happen to have those in his pouch or something. You know, he'd always try to be prepared and research each house enough to know what he needs to have. Like, how much of the cookies can he eat and not get sick? You know, as he's traveling around. especially Mrs. Claus is with him. Mrs. Claus is like, you got to work on, you got to do some exercise, burn those cookies off, and stuff like that. And so it's just kind of those things. And so one day when I approached my mom and handed her the book, I was like, oh, by the way, here, I wrote, obviously Santa's a spy. She goes, of course you did. Of course you wrote a book about the questions you asked when you were a teenager. So sometimes the best way to answer questions is to be the person that answers them yourself. So Santa with a Batman utility belt with a lot more research as it relates to people. Like, a spy is going to research wherever they're going, whether they're going in behind enemy lines or whether they're going in to deliver presents to kids. You don't want to deliver, if Kyle wanted a pogo stick, you don't want to have him give him a jump rope. You got to do some research. You got to do some tech. Have some,
So Miss Jen has a great question.
Okay.
In that movie, who plays Pencil Ninja?
In that movie, who plays Pencil Ninja? I wish there was a person alive. I mean, honestly, what would more than likely happen would be he would be CG. Like the movie would be CG. I referenced the Astro Boy earlier. I would want a movie done like that, where it's a CG movie. But as far as a voice, Kevin Hart's kid voice from Captain Underpants. That's who I want to voice Pencil Ninja. When I heard Kevin Hart, I was like, man, if I ever get the chance to get a Pencil Ninja cartoon, I want Kevin Hart to play him.
I could see that.
Slightly altered version of that voice, but pretty much that voice. It's because Pencil Ninja is very high strung. The only time he isn't talking is when he's powering down. Well, not quite Alita Battle Angel, more like Astro Boy. Because Alita Battle Angel is more like robot CG real world. I really don't want to tell that story. I want a very cartoon CG version of the story being told. Like I would do the voice of Grandpa. But be honest, if I could, I'd be like, really, boy. We got a lot to do here today. I'm telling you, we're gonna make sure that we get you out there, and if you go and do the thing, you got to go to school. You can't always get in the fight, son. Sometimes you got to think through your problems. Think through it, and punch all the problems in life. You're like, man, Dad, you're a boxer. You used to be a boxer. I know, but I can't punch all the problems in life either, son.
Well, so we've got about 15 minutes or so left here, Will. And I suppose that it's time. We've been baiting people, and we've been leading to it, and we've been hinting about it. It's time to show
them the Cadets exclusives?
Yeah, let's show them the exclusives. Guys, these are things you can only get at Cadets Con. Transmorphers, which is kind of a dig at Jen, but not really.
So what happens if you have Miss Jen King, who just happens to have the sword of Excalibur in her shop, and she's a martial arts master, and then you end up Jason Statham and Mark Wahlberg have to get into a fight in order to try to go get Excalibur. And that's where we are.
And so that's a little mini comic that you literally created. You got the name because Miss Jen couldn't say Transformers one night.
During a live stream.
So it's that story which stars people that we know, and Marky Mark and Jason Statham.
Because if you're gonna do transporters, you gotta have Jason Statham. If you're gonna do Transformers, as much as I love Shia LaBeouf, he's not gonna last very long in a fight against Jason Statham. So
that's true.
And then are we ready for the other thing?
Yes, this guy is we've been really excited for a long time. Batman Danged, the sketchbook.
So we got old school Batman there blowing a bubble. I kind of reimagined Batman as a kid on the bubble. And then, of course, in the back is one of the greatest Batman versions ever, Terry McGinnis. Okay, Brian is saying he's posting questions on YouTube Live, but he can't get the display.
Brian, it depends on where you're watching the YouTube Live at. The quick answer to that is if you're on cadetscon.com and you're commenting on the YouTube live because of the way YouTube controls their content, we can't get them through here. But if you go to Will's page or the Nexus 419 page or any of the Facebook pages, you'll be able to comment, no problem. Sorry about that, man.
We got some different sketches of different Batman stuff and different iterations. I'm Bane. I'm the master of all things Bane. There you go.
It's a good Scarecrow.
Thank
Scarecrow,
you.
when the first Scarecrow issue I read, he scared me so much I had to stop reading Batman for a while when I was a little kid.
So I've got a deal for you.
Okay.
We'll put this all out there. So running around. So that's all these. So that's this guy here with the Harbinger story in it. That's the Transmorphers. That's the dang sketchbook. And the throwback cartoon sketch for $25.
$25 for all the sketchbooks.
All four. Right there. So you get the whole bundle for $25. If you want it that way. Makes it simple and quick and easy. I'm sure the PayPal link and everything will be there. You want to do that, it's $25 and you get all of it.
I'm putting that up right now.
Okay. And then, of course, the prints are $40 a piece, but if you want a custom print, I can do that too. So, of course, the email's there, so I'll show the prints real quick. There's the Black Panther print.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Batman Who Laughs. Baby Yoda.
All right, people are going nuts. How much are custom prints?
Custom prints are the same price. They're 40 shipped. If you buy a book, if you buy that lot that I just shared, I will knock $10 off your print. So if you get a custom print, I will do it for 30 shipped.
There you go.
And then, of course, there's the punchline.
Jingles, the link is on cadetscon.com if you click on Cadets Con links.
So custom prints are 40 normal. If you buy a book, I knock off 10, it's 30. Give me a little bit of time to do them, as of course I've got to draw the stuff up, color it and all that, and I'll work the timeline out with you. Make sure that you get it on time, because that's the thing. I don't want you waiting a whole long period of time. I know the postal system right now is already a bit laggy due to just things that are going on. But if you want a custom print, that's the best way to get it. It's 40 or 30. If you buy the books, it's 30. If you don't buy the books, I understand. Everybody's got money where they need it. It's 40 flat. That's shipping included. So
now, Will, do you do commissions?
I do commissions.
What is your commission rate, and how do people get on your commission list?
Right now, that is my only commission. That's where the custom thing comes in. It's the commission print for doing that. So, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of this at. I see Val asking a question about can I get it at Space Cadets. The stuff that I have here is actually, I'm in Kentucky, and so now I haven't lived in Texas in a bit. So unfortunately, there's not a way to do the deal there. Chap likes the Baby Yoda meme. And so right now, yeah, it is through me directly. Unfortunately, I will try to see if I can get Miss. So the Pencil Ninja today, that's 10 out the door if you just want that. And it's I have 15 on me today. Any more than that, now we need to order more. So.
Right. So Val, if you want, reach out to Miss Jen. We can work on getting it sent out to her.
Yeah, we can get some stuff sent to her.
From her. I don't think that's going to save you any on the cost, but it may be easier for you to do it that way. But right now, yeah, with the whole COVID thing, which is something I wanted to talk to Will about a little bit. It's harder for us to get everybody together in person, so the product is with our individual creators. So a lot of things you'll be picking up today will be shipped to you.
Right.
They will include a small shipping cost. If you can't have stuff shipped to you, that way we can always try and work that out, but we'll deal with that as it comes. So Will, as a creator, you do you write and draw your own books.
Yes.
Jingle says he sent you messages on Facebook. That's where I've got people sending right now, and see, because I just need to grab your PayPal link here real quick and get it coded in.
Okay.
But I have people sending you messages on Facebook, just so you know.
Yeah, appreciate that.
But how has this COVID-19 stuff affected your ability to produce comics? Are you having trouble getting stuff printed? How do you go about that? Has it really affected you at all?
So it's funny that you mentioned that. This particular book here is printed through a company called Mix AM. And I found them through a YouTube video, actually, because for me, drawing and creating has always been something that I've been blessed with in order to help deal with life. And so instead of, I could get in my emotions and get sad and sappy and everything, or I can create stuff. So that's what really gives me joy in times, beyond my prayer life and faith life and things like that. Because if I don't have that, this doesn't happen either.
Right.
Because that's something that really spurs me on as well, is the faith and different things like that, the stuff that I've had to grow up in as far as faith goes, as far as really walking this faith out on my own and understanding that I'm relying on a God who loves me very much. But that's beside it. I create primarily because I feel like there's stories to tell. I got one shot at this thing called life, and I want to make sure that I'm sharing stories with people from all over as long as I can.
Is there Brian asked a question, do you aspire to work with or on any major comic books at some point? I'm gonna modify your question just a little bit, Brian. If the comic book gods came to you and said, Will, pick, and you can have any project you want, what project is it?
Honestly, it would be Image. And the reason why I think it would be Image is because they started out doing things that were non-conventional. And, I understand Mega Man is another iconic character, different things like that. Other characters are iconic. I think what Pencil Ninja, the stories that I want to tell are the stories I don't know that are necessarily going to work in mainstream comics.
But if you could pick a mainstream brand, you could pick any character from the comic book pantheon. Who would you like to work on?
Again, it'd be Image.
But do you have a character? Do you want to write Pitt or?
To be honest, I think the character I would love to work on, in a perfect world, it'd be Milestone still exists, and I'd be writing Icon. But since Milestone isn't a thing right now, I would say probably Shadowhawk from Image. It's because I love both stories. I love the character who, even though he was in this suit of armor and he was running around doing all this crazy stuff and fighting crime and things, he was dealing with his own struggles. So if Milestone was still a thing, I'd love to do Icon. I feel like there's a lot of great stories to tell with that character, him and Rocket, the different interactions he has. It's the first time I think I ever saw like a black conservative. in a comic book. So it's really interesting in that regard. That's something I hadn't really seen before. But yeah, definitely Shadowhawk for Image would probably be the character I love to draw because it gives me that balance of action. I can throw in those kung fu influences that I have that I've loved ever since I was a kid, but also because Icon's not really going to do a martial arts fight. He's going to be more of the big broad strokes.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And Icon, I think, is a great brand, and the Milestone stuff was such a great brand that I'd love to see it come back and get pushed a little more, especially with the amount of Black indie creators that are out there that are they're really breaking new ground in the industry, I think, and we've got some of them on here this weekend. David Crownson, who's coming on later with Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, he's
incredible book.
He's one of those guys that he's an indie guy. He's out there making his thing. And he's breaking new ground in the way he does it. So I think, this is a prime time for Milestone to come back, I think.
Okay.
Who is your
quick question?
Yeah, who is your favorite fictional character if you had to pick one?
Favorite fictional character in all earnest, I'm gonna say right now is probably Miles Morales. Miles represents a very interesting thing in the youth dynamic. I love the kind of bounce he has. I love how Brian Michael Bendis wrote him. I love the fact that he doesn't fit the normal comic book trope and that his parents are there and things like that for a while and everything. And so you get that interaction. You get that family interaction between a father and son and a mother and son. That's really cool to see. And then also just the idea that he kind of brings that family aspect into when he looks at New York, when he looks at his world. He kind of understands that he's not just protecting his city, he's protecting his family ultimately because his city means that much to him.
Very cool. So, Will, one more time, where can people find you? Where can people buy your stuff? Where can people contact you about today's packages and that kind of
thing? All right. So, Amazon.com/author /William Holland is Amazon's point. There are some dang sketchbooks there as well. There won't be this version of it, but they're there. So they're available if you can't get this today. But as far as the bundle deal, the best way to get it, the quickest way is will_Holland@hotmail.com or through my Facebook or through Instagram, Twitter, Will Holland 9973. That's my social media links, and you can get them that way as well. And yeah, that's it.
So thank you, Will, for helping us put Cadets Con together. Thank you for being on with Saturday AM and for giving us a panel here for your own work. If you're watching Cadets Con, well, you are watching Cadets Con if you're here. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear this. So that's a thing. We will be back in just over a minute with the big dog. The biggest of the big dogs from Big Dog Ink, Tom Hutchison. Stay tuned. What's up, Tom? Welcome into Cadets Con Day 1.
Hello.
We've done a few of these together, and I think it's finally time I get to interview you.
All right, here I am. Bring all the tough questions.
First tough question. I'm going to start because I got to get off my chest. You just finished a Kickstarter.
Yes.
like 3 days ago.
Yes.
And how that was so, yeah, for Critter, which is the first Big Dog book I ever read.
Well, there you go. Excellent.
So how did that go? Is it too late for people to jump on? Where can people find information about that as the product process goes on?
Yeah, the campaign ended on Wednesday night. So there's nothing. If you missed it at this point, we can't get you involved right now. But the campaign was for a large scale book printing. So what we did was it's Big Dog Ink's 10-year anniversary as a whole. But we started in 2010 with Penny for Your Soul and with Critter. So it's technically Critter's 10-year anniversary as well. So what we wanted to do was do a special anniversary edition of her first volume. So we did a nice limited edition hardcover book with cover art by Ula Moss. And then we did another version that had like a nice dust jacket with cover art by Carl Liversidge. But we also did a large scale printing of the trade paperback, which the original trade paperback that we had a number of years ago, we printed like 2,000 of them. They're gone. I mean, they're out the door. So we wanted to keep the book in print. So while the hardcover stuff is basically mostly gone from the campaign, we will have the trade paperbacks available when this all gets into print, which will be, in the next 2 or 3 weeks, which means we will have them and put them up for sale sometime like late September, early October. And there were some special little bonuses along the way that we always do things in our campaigns that are exclusive to the campaign. So if you missed that I can't help you with. But any of the stuff that we did, like 100 of these, 200 of those, generally speaking, we will have some extras, and those upend on the website once the backers get all their stuff.
So now that we've talked about that, tell the people who are watching where they can find Big Dog Ink on the internet, where they can buy the stuff, where they can interact with you that way. Yeah,
of course. So, I mean, Facebook is kind of our primary social media position. I have my personal page that people are welcome to friend me up on, Tom Hutchison, of course. There is a Big Dog Ink fan page, Big Dog Ink with a K. Just look it up. You'll find it. Join us. There's nearly 30,000 people watching us there. And then if you're doing like the Instagram and the Twitter, we are BDI Comics for both. And we just launched earlier this year a Patreon group, which is patreon.com/Big Dog Ink. And the Patreon group is growing. There's 27 people in there already. Basically, it's an all access pass to what we're doing at Big Dog Ink. You guys get early drafts of scripts, cover concepts and layouts, pages, covers, colors, everything that we're doing, they're getting to see first, and oftentimes well ahead of time. And in some cases, you're going to see stuff that doesn't even make it into print because we just edit it. We're like, no, you know what? We're not going to use that pose for this cover. We're going to change it. So you kind of get to watch things getting built, which is a lot of fun. And then we also do extra bonuses for the Patreon group. Those that were part of our first 6 months from January to June, all got a free Critter anniversary cover just for being part of the group for 6 months. So our next 6 month period has started. So if you want to get in on freebies and bonuses and behind the scenes, join Patreon, and we'd love to have you.
So links to all of that stuff are on cadetscon.com. If you click on Cadets Con links, you'll see the Big Dog Ink logo. There's a you click on that, it'll take you right to the Facebook page. Underneath that is a link to the Patreon and to the web store, so that you can pick everything up there. The Patreon, it's one of those things is that I haven't really been involved in Patreon too much, but it seems like a really great way for creators and people who make art to connect with people who like their art.
Sure.
What has your experience been?
For me, I'm really new with it as well. I wasn't really sure how a writer was going to go about doing this, because most of the Patreon pages that I've seen are artists, and these artists are drawing and doing exclusive art for them, doing like tutorials. Here's how you color and so on. So, I mean, I'm sitting here going, well, I'm a writer. I can't just sit here and type for people and let them watch me do that. That's no one cares about that. So I redesigned my thought process and said, well, let's just make it Big Dog Ink. Let's just make it a company page. And like I said, we've got 27 people now in our first, basically 7 months. Most of them are at the top tier, which is $10 a month. I mean, it's not expensive. The bottom tier is $5 a month, and that gets you all of the posts. The difference with the $10 tier is that gives you the ability to actually vote on some of the stuff that we're doing. So, for example, we just had a vote for what will be coming up soon on Patreon as Patreon exclusive content, superhero content that we're calling Blue Jay, that will only appear on Patreon. They got to vote on her name. For her real name. Her superhero name is Blue Jay, but we needed her to have a civilian name. And so all of our $10 patron folks got to vote on what her name is going to be. And as we go along, we'll come into those types of things, especially as we're creating new books and new content. Things like that will be available to the fan base to decide what essentially Big Dog Ink is going to do with some of these things. So it's fun.
So people get to play editor almost in that regard on the Patreon.
Yeah, co-creator in some ways. I mean, we're not going to. It's not going to be a situation where we say, "Hey, guys, you decide the story" or any of that kind of stuff. But in some cases, we might be able to play the choose your own adventure type of thing, especially with Blue Jay because of the way it's being designed. It could be a situation where we land at a point in the story and we can say, okay, guys, do you want to go left or right? Do you want to go to the alien ship or the submarine? Like in that situation, we might be able to actually tinker and play around and let the fans kind of decide some of the direction.
It's the Todd number.
Yeah, it could be really fun to do that, and I'm totally open to it. And because of the way that we're designing this as sort of a webcomic where you're getting pieces of the story a couple of times a week, we could definitely look ahead and say like, okay, look, we're going to be at kind of a crossing roads here, and let's let them decide what we want to do, and then they get to decide how the story progresses, and I'll write it from there. So that could be actually kind of fun.
Yeah, I was interested because, again, with the Patreon, I'm new to it, but you're the first big brand in the industry that I think has taken the whole publisher to Patreon, in the sense of it's a company page. And so I was really interested to hear how that was going.
Yeah, people are really loving it. I mean, they're excited to get to know what's happening before everybody else. I mean, that's just a thing on the internet. It's like, I want to know first. It's breaking news from, Bleeding Cool or Newsarama. Something happened. But in this case, it's all breaking news for Big Dog Ink. But again, the other cool part is that you're getting to watch everything build. So like they get to watch Nia Rufino, like here's her rough ideas. This is her sketches. And then we picked one of them and they said, okay, here, now you get to see the pencils. And now you get to see the colors. You get to watch everything build, and then you're ready to go, because then when we say boom, it's available, then all those guys are like, I'm on it, and they don't miss out.
What is Big Dog Ink handles things a little differently than traditional comic book? I already hate the way I phrased that question. You guys,
but it's true. Where you're going is true.
Yeah. You guys take a different path to get to the production of a book than a lot of the other companies in the biz right now.
Yeah.
You do a lot of these real quick Kickstarters. You do a lot of community building and crowdfunding. Where does that come from, and what was the impetus into going that direction?
This is always a hard discussion because the way that we do things makes it appear that we're sort of anti-comic book store, which is that's not the case. But when we were, so really quick history is we did Big Dog Ink for 4 years all by ourselves. And we reached a point where we kind of said, I feel like we've gotten as far as we can get without having a little bit of something behind us to kind of level us up. And that is when we went and talked to Aspen Comics about, hey, do you want to maybe become our publisher? And they were like, yeah, this makes sense because what you do blends with what we do, and our fan bases kind of interact already. So for 3 years, we published under the Aspen banner. But Aspen, I mean, I don't know all the details, but basically Aspen got to a point where they took their company to Hollywood, and there was not going to be a space for Big Dog to publish through there because they wanted to focus on all the Michael Turner properties, which of course, obviously. And so I had to figure out, okay, what is the next step for Big Dog Ink? But coming back in, if I were to just have said, okay, we're back, we're in Diamond again, we're being distributed through previews and so on and so on. The market was so crowded. Now this would have been like 2017-ish, something like that. The market is so crowded with publishers. The publishers are pumping out so many books. If you're looking at the Diamond Top, now it's the Diamond Top 500. It used to be the Top 300. But if you look at the Diamond Top 500, a lot of these smaller publishers are not selling a ton of books. I mean, you're talking about 2,000, 2,500 books. Now, this is just through Diamond. They obviously sell direct and do other things. But the market just was not in a position that I could just say, let's just pour money into making these books and put them on the market again, because the system doesn't work like it did in the 90s.
Right.
Comic book stores, for the most part, don't really support independent books. If there's 2,500 comic book stores in America, roughly 500 of them are serious indie collectors, or not collectors, supporters. The rest of the stores might buy them if their customer asks for it. Hey, I want that new Critter book from Big Dog. Okay, we'll buy one copy, and then they'll put it in their pull box, and that's fine. We appreciate that, but there's no growth potential there. It's really, really difficult. And so I decided to just say, how can we just interact with the fan base? How can we sort of rebuild in a similar way that we built the first time, which was all grassroots? We got no love from any media companies, CBR, Bleeding Cool. None of those places gave two craps about us. And so everything we did was just grassroots. It was putting out the books, doing store signings, going to cons, meeting the people. And that's what we did for 4 years before we went to Aspen. And Aspen did the same thing. They go to tons of cons, they meet the fans, so on and so on. And so I said, let's look at Kickstarter. Let's look at what this is, how it works. Because I was kind of still new to it. I was aware of it, but I didn't really know how it worked. We restarted Penny for Your Soul, which was the first book we ever launched, because I was like, well, let's start at the beginning and sort of create a new beginning. And it was a hit. I mean, it went off really well. And that just kind of solidified my thought process of, okay, let's focus on the fans and find a way to get them excited about the return of Big Dog Ink and rebuild the entire concept through crowdfunding, and then sort of take it from there and see what we're doing. So we've been doing store signings again. We went out to Jen. She had us at her store in Texas, which was awesome. We've done store signings across the country. We've done conventions across the country. Obviously, this year, everything's shut down on us. Kind of a bummer being our 10-year anniversary, but it is what it is. And next year we've just kind of decided we're going to turn it up to 11, and we'll have a good time next year.
Yeah. And it's you mentioned it, and I want to speak to it a little bit. You talked about kind of going around the traditional method of getting to comic book shops. And Big Dog is one of those companies that is really supportive of comic book shops.
Absolutely.
You're the kind of person that if I need books for my customers, I just send you an email and I've got books. Like, it's super simple, even if it is a little bit different than the traditional route.
Sure. Well, when the COVID thing happened and DC and everybody stopped making books, there was this clamor like, oh my God, we need stuff to sell. We sent out almost 100 care packages, just free books. I mean, it was my dime. It was my books. It was my shipping. I was just like, look, who needs books to sell? People raised their hands, and I sent out a priority mail large box filled with trade paperbacks and variants and whatever. And I'm like, take it, right. Do what you want with it. You can give them away. You can sell them. You can do whatever you want to do to help you in this period of time where you can't get new books. and we were happy to do it.
Well, and I think the industry is going that direction in a lot of ways, is that, having the personal relationship with the writers, the creators, the publishers is the direction the industry is moving. We've got you, we've got SourcePoint Press, we've got Scout, who all three of those companies are companies you can reach out to directly to get the product for your store if something were to happen where you couldn't get it through the traditional ways.
Sure, absolutely.
So, you've kind of been leading that charge for a while now, in terms of innovating that, and I just want to say thank you for that, because it makes it easier for people to carry the books and get the product that way. So, you mentioned Critter, you mentioned Penny for Your Soul. What are some of the other books that people are going to know Big Dog Ink by?
So we have like 11 different titles, but the primary books that people would know would be Penny for Your Soul, Critter. That's what we started with. 2011, we launched The Legend of Oz, The Wicked West, which has been a huge, huge success for us. 2012, we launched Ursa Minor, which was a horror title. Vampires, werewolves. Our lead character is Naomi. She's a werebear. That was 2012. And then 2013 was Scheherazade. So those are the kind of the primary books that we're known for, the big five. From there, we've done all kinds of little specials and spinoffs. We did a book called Antoinette, about Marie Antoinette, sort of a historical fiction story. I did that with Ryan Kincaid a couple of years ago. Lights, Camera, Jungle is a slice of life sort of Hollywood comedy drama about a cast and crew of a Jungle Girl television series that's being filmed. So, I did Kaiju Epic, which is my love letter to the Godzilla movies that I grew up with. So we've got stuff across the board. A lot of times we get judged because we have a lot of pinup covers. And people, it's weird because we have this saying of don't judge a book by its cover, right? But that's exactly what happens in comics. 100%. You are judged by your cover. And if all people see are the variant covers, like, oh, here's the pinup, it's like, oh, they just do pinup stuff. I'm like, no, open the book, read the book. There are segments of comics that you have to understand. There is a reading audience. There is a collector audience. There is an art collector audience, and so on and so on and so on. And all of these audiences kind of, Venn diagram over each other, but each of them really is its own unique kind of segment of comic book collecting. And as a creator, as a publisher, as whatever you want to call us on the creative side, if you're not doing everything you can to dip your toe into each one of these pools, you're doing yourself a disservice. And I, for one, am not one of these guys who's upset that people are buying a book because of the cover art versus because I wrote it. I mean, if I put Mike Crome on a cover and you collect Mike Crome and you buy my book, you bought my book. I'm happy. Thank you. Take it home, put it in your collection, enjoy it however you want to enjoy it. Just remember that there is something on the inside between the covers that you might like too. But that's where like the trade paperbacks and stuff come in, because then we can just say, forget the variant covers. Don't even worry about that. That's for the collectors. Here's your reading copy. It's a full book. It's 5 issues. It's like a season on Netflix. We can drop it in your hand. It's a good price. You don't have to pay collector numbers or values or anything. So, again, you have reader audience, collector audience, art collectors, very specific art collectors. They only buy this guy's art. They only buy J. Scott Campbell or whoever. And, you just want to do your best to put your product in every single one of those pools.
Right. I always say that the cover of a comic is a lot like it's why flowers are bright colors. It's why, roller coasters are bright colors. It's why it's to draw your eye and to get you to look at it. And then it's, okay, what's inside?
Right.
What is the actual content here that keeps you coming back?
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think that's really a really interesting thing and something we have to keep reminding readers of.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, and we really need to remind the collectors that there's stuff to read in there, and not just like, oh, it's the first appearance of whatever, but like there's a legitimate story happening in here that you know you'll probably like if you actually crack it open. I have made lots of new fans by people just buying a book for the cover, but they took it home and they're like, okay, so what is this Oz thing that I bought? And they flip through it and they look at it and like, oh, damn, this is actually cool. How do I get the books? So I can cross over the fans through those sales.
I'll give you my example. Like I read Critter, I read Legend of Oz: Wicked West, because I knew some of the creators on both of them, including after I met Tom. I went, I started reading all the Tom stuff. But I got a Scheherazade copy. Mm-hmm. That's the J. Scott Campbell.
Sure.
Well, I don't want to read the J. Scott Campbell. I'm going to put that away. So I went back and bought the regular, the other covers, which are just as gorgeous.
Yeah.
And I flip it open, and it's a gorgeous story, and it's gorgeous art on the inside. And I'm going, how did no one, I'm angry that people didn't tell me about this sooner. So,
yeah, I mean, we've honestly, when we started Big Dog Ink, with my partner, Steven Smurl, I said, look, if we don't have art, forget what we're writing. Okay. Forget what we're writing, because people don't look at a comic and see the writing. They see the art. So if we're going to do this and we're not going to have art that we can put right next to Marvel Comics and have it look like it belongs in Marvel Comics, we're already 50% behind everybody else. So we have always stretched to have really great art, not just on the covers, but when you open the book as well. We want people to open the book and be surprised that this tiny company has produced something that is essentially Marvel DC Image quality.
Oh, Scott, I've read it. I've read the whole catalog at this point. It's just some of it came to me a little late and a little weird. And I'm going to shout out the Comic Book Shopping Network and watching Tom's show and going back through my boxes of Big Dog stuff that I've collected over the years and being like, I never read this. I just bought it for the cover. Let me read it now. And really, I'm gonna say it this way, and it's not the most accurate way to say it, but my horizons change daily because of watching people on the Comic Book Shopping Network.
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
And watching creators like Tom interact with the fans. Like I followed the Critter Kickstarter real closely because the way Tom was interacting with the readership and the fans of Critter and the fans of Big Dog Ink gives me a lot to look forward to, but in a way that now I'm changing the way I think about how kickstarting and crowdfunding should work. And it's broadening my horizon, seeing what everybody else is referencing.
Sure.
So it's really great to build that community. And the Big Dog Ink, the Doghouse is a community. Like,
100%.
So talk to me a little bit about the community building. Like, it comes from conventions. I've seen the convention set up, all that kind of stuff. So talk to me a little bit about that community building.
Yeah, I mean, the conventions they're kind of a double-edged sword. Again, it's kind of like the retail market, because with conventions, you have the ability to potentially latch on to a lot of people quickly and be like, hey, here's my book, here's my book, here's my book. But the convention, from when we started 10 years ago to now, conventions are 180 degrees different in most cases, because they're most of them now are focused on, hey, Tom Holland is here and Chris Evans is here and whatever. So, people come in and spend their money on that stuff. They don't have money for comics anymore. So conventions are tougher, but because we don't get to do Super Bowl commercials and that sort of thing and market in that way, the conventions become our marketing. So we can actually say, hey, man, ever heard of The Legend of Oz, The Wicked West? This is a cool thing. And we can pitch it, while we're talking to somebody, 3 feet away from us. And that's where the creator sort of connection comes in, because now these guys aren't just talking to a salesman or, even if at a retail store, they're not just talking to a guy who's just trying to sell another book. You're talking to the guy who actually made it. So it's a great time for people to ask questions. Oh, well, tell me about Critter. Well, tell me about Scheherazade. Like, what's going on in these things? And then the writer or the artist or whoever's there can be like, yeah, I did this and I did this, and I think you'll like this. And you know, if you do that enough, you start to you know, get used to it. I'm not a great salesman at all. I mean, I've had to learn how to do all of this, whether it's selling at cons or selling live or even just doing these interviews. You know, I've had to learn how to do this. I've been doing them now well before the COVID thing started. I started doing this last year with the Combo Shopping Network and other places. So I'm way more used to it than a lot of artists are now, as they've been sort of forced into it. But the more you connect with the fans, and this comes back to why we do it the way we do it. Retail stores, I can't connect with a fan. I can get a book on their shelf potentially, but if there's just one book sitting there and it's Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Kaiju Epic, whatever, they're going to be like, well, I don't even know what that is. So unless the term Kaiju connects with them and they're like a Godzilla fan, there's no way for me to connect. So the conventions and these live shows like this online lets us talk directly to the people and lets them get to know us and lets us talk about the book. Oh, hey, you know, where did Legend of Oz come from? Oh, you know, I was driving through Texas and New Mexico and blah, 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 blah. Everybody knows the story. And that helps connect them with the creator, with the product, with that moment in time. Oh, I met Tom at, you know, San Diego Comic-Con 2012, whatever. And that's how we did it when we started, and that's how we're doing it now. The only difference is instead of being in retail stores, we're pushing the Kickstarter side of it.
So the other thing that's interesting, and it's interesting from a publisher standpoint. 10 years ago when you started and you were originally building your fan base, there wasn't a huge social media. Social media was new. Facebook was pretty new. Twitter was pretty new. Instagram didn't even exist yet.
Right.
How has social media changed the way you connect with your fan base?
I mean, it makes
grow it as well.
Yeah, it's how do we say this without, I don't know. It's it has to be there now. It's ingrained in
part of the job.
Society. So, you know, I was actually on Facebook like almost at the beginning. Like I've been on it for like 11 years, not because of comics, just because I was like, okay, what is this?
You're an early adopter.
Yeah. And then as we finally got into the comic part of it, it was like, I guess we can make a page. I mean, I guess we can, like, we were just figuring it all out. It was all bare bones. But as we went to cons and we said, okay, yeah, so you can find us on this Facebook thing. They were like, oh, cool, I'm on Facebook. And, you know, it would just kind of grow. But where we are now is it is 100% imperative you are on social media, at least in one place. Even if you're going to focus on one, like you have to be hyper active in at least one place, and so that people can find you and interact with you. But it's also really important what you're presenting on your social media. And there's so many people, creatives, that really have no concept of what social media does for you and against you, based on what you're posting. And you know, we're not going to run into the political game here. Where that's for a different show. But you know, if you're a creator and you're just talking about politics all day, your fan base is like, yeah, but aren't you making a comic? Like, is there art I can see? Like, show me something. I have a creator I follow on Facebook that he posted about his book the other day, and I go, I forgot that's why I followed you. All you ever talk about is, you know, what's going on, you know, in professional sports. Okay. I dig it. Like, I'm a sports guy, but like, I thought you were somebody I knew from sports broadcasting. Yeah. Not from, you know, comic books. Yeah. And he goes, oh, by the way, my new book's coming out. Wait, what? So, yeah. And for us, for me, it's like, we're pretty much always comic focused posts of some kind, BDI stuff or whatever. And then it blends out, you know, then it's just getting to know me. Then it's like, hey, I watched a Godzilla movie last night. Hey, I got my Gamera Blu-ray set. Hey, I got, you know, whatever. Hey, look, you know, I buy comics too. Look, I bought a Wonder Woman 149 the other day. You know, I'm like you guys. I buy stuff. I collect stuff. And again, that's just more of the connection between the fans. We all sort of like to know what we're all up to, and we get excited about, getting books. The weirdest thing for me, and I still am not used to this. After 10 years, I am not used to this. People will buy books from me, and they will get them in the mail, and they will go on their social media and they will post about it. Dude, a mail call from Big Dog Ink, and I got these, 6 books, and they'll tag all the artists and stuff. And I'm like, that is so amazing that
that's
the fans. Yeah, that's the fans that are so excited about what you're doing and about getting the book or the art or whatever it is. It's mind-blowing how awesome that is. And I want to thank everybody who does that, because it really is exciting for me. Even if you don't read the book, if you took home a book because, Mike Crone did the cover, thank you. Enjoy it however you want to enjoy it. But in all seriousness, thank you for doing that, because that is really, not only does it make sort of the creators thing more viral because somebody's talking about it, then people, if Scott Kreutzer posts about it, then Smithers is posting on it, and then I'm posting on it, and then Wilson is posting on it, and then we're all talking about it, and the post just stays there for a long time, and people get to see what's going on, and then people are like, dude, what is this? I don't know what this is. And then we get to tell them. So that is the social media effect, is everybody talking about things. And it's all connected now. So every time you say something, it's going out, whether you see it or not, whether you get the likes or not, whether you get the loves, whatever. When you post it, it's going out into the universe, and don't discount its value just because you only got 6 likes.
So just as a reminder, guys, head over to cadetscon.com, click on the Cadets Con links, and you'll scroll. You won't even have to scroll. It's right there at the top. You'll see the Big Dog Ink logo. And there's, if you click on that, it'll take you to the Facebook page. There's links for the Patreon and the web store as well for Big Dog Ink there. So you can pick up stuff from Tom. Tom, where can people follow you on the socials?
Yeah, it's Facebook is our primary. Find me, find Big Dog Ink. There's a page for us. Instagram and Twitter are the same, BDI Comics. And then there's Patreon, of course, which is where the group is really growing, and all the folks there get to see the building and the backstage access of all things Big Dog Ink. So there's a lot going on, kind of all over the place.
Cool. If you're watching this, I keep saying if you're watching this, and I don't know.
You're not on the radio, dude.
I understand.
I mean, you are kind of.
Memory comes in. All right. So if you have questions for Tom, throw them in the comments, and we'll pop them up on screen.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm sorry, I've been watching the comments pop up as he did them, but I was in the middle of a diatribe, so I never answered. So the going backwards, the ears. This is how I do my podcast. I do a podcast every other Tuesday called Another Page Turner with Stephanie Menard. But it's also Catter Day today, so I had to wear the ears for Catter Day. We celebrate Catter Day pretty much every week. We talk about Critter. We go through some of the key issues that you want, like first issues, storylines, things like that. And we have a good time with it. I mean, that's what social media is for. We should be connecting and having a good time.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Steph. We love Steph.
Yeah.
I have her books literally right here. Like, they're in my pile for my CBSN shows this week. So I'm very excited. Will would like to know, we've been talking about it. How do you guys connect with people at cons, and how do you use social media to promote your work and books? Well, we've been talking about the social media bit. So let me modify Will's question a little bit, maybe, and he can correct me if I'm wrong. When you're at a convention, what is the tactic, or what is the method that seems to be the most effective?
As far as like selling at a booth, or because
just connecting with people, and growing your fandom.
I will tell you 100%. This is the secret. Okay, are you ready? I did not realize this was the secret. I discovered this was the secret. So you can see I'm wearing like the Big Dog shirt. This is kind of our brand and whatever. And I wear these sometimes at the shows. And because you want to brand yourself when you're at a show, you want people to see what you're doing, and you want to be like, hey, Big Dog Ink, whatever. Here's the weird secret. Wear a Jaws shirt. Wear a Jaws t-shirt. Forget whatever you wanted to wear at your show. I don't care what it is. Put Jaws on your chest, and you will attract more people to your booth who just are going to come by and say, dude, nice shirt, than you will ever bring through to your booth wearing anything else. It's crazy, and it's true. And then once you have them, once you're, hey, you know, Jaws, hey, you like Jaws? Yeah, cool. Hey, I check out the books, man. This is the stuff. And then you start doing your spiel, but you've connected with them in a way that they understand. So you don't get to sell Batman and you don't get to sell Wonder Woman comics. But if you've got it on your chest, then the person connects with that. They're like, hey, if that guy likes that thing, then I might like what that guy's making. So there's the little underground secret. Put something really, you know, unique on your chest that is not what you make. But beyond that, it's really just trying to get, so if we're talking about sales, it's like, hey, you know, how you doing? How's the show? You can kind of watch their eyes, you know, kind of be aware of where their eyes are going. Be aware what they're wearing. Like if they're wearing a Buffy the Vampire Slayer shirt, I'm going to tell them, hey, so you're a Buffy fan, huh? You might like Ursa Minor. I'm going to take you over here and I'm going to show you this horror title that, you know, might be right up your alley. Or if you like, if you're wearing a Godzilla shirt, you know what? I do a kaiju book. It's right here. So try and be aware of what they're looking at, and also be aware of what it is that they're either carrying that they bought or what they're wearing themselves, because that might be able to help direct you in guiding them straight to a product that they might want.
I think that's really interesting. I always wear sort of the same, because working at a con booth, I'm always trying to look professional because I never know when I'm going to wind up talking to you.
Of course. Of course.
Somebody I'm going to do business with, and I don't want to look like a schlub, but some of the best times I've had at conventions is I'm there for fun, and my buddy's like, hey, can you watch my table? And I walk behind and I'm wearing a, you know, Bad Religion t-shirt, or, you know, Jack Daniel, you know, just a punk rock t-shirt or whatever. And people are coming up, dude, I love the album. Here, buy this art.
Yeah, that's it. Book. That's it. That's what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you.
It never occurred to me until you started talking about it.
It didn't occur to me until it happened again and again and again. And I was like, oh my God, I get it. I'm connecting with them before they even know anything about me through this other property.
Do you know, and it's funny, like that becomes your brand, that becomes part of your brand as well.
Sure. Yeah. Well, everybody knows that I'm a huge Godzilla fan. So, you know, even when they find weird Godzilla memes and stuff online, they're posting them. They're like, dude, Tom, check this out. So, you know, again, that's just the connecting with the fans. It's letting them know that, you know, pineapple on pizza is wrong and Godzilla is right. And that's social media.
Amanda's calling me out. Just throwing it out. It's true, though. Well, and I was just going to bring up a comic retailer friend of mine. His name is Rick, and I only knew him as the guy who looked like Santa and wore Hawaiian shirts.
Sure.
So I would go to
brand.
Right. I'd go to cons and be like, is the guy who looks like Santa and wears Hawaiian shirts here? Because I know he's going to have some golden age issue I need. And then I started noticing, you know, like I said, you started talking about wearing a Jaws t-shirt, you know, wearing Godzilla down the front of you, and it really does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trudy is all about. Did you mention a Chromebook? Is there a Chromebook? What's a Chromebook?
we can talk about the Chromebook. We can talk about that. So because of the cons this year, everything shut down. We had an exclusive that we were going to have for Ozstravaganza in June, but like every convention, it was shut down. So the book is actually printed and done, but we were going to just save it for next year. But since we're doing this and we got kind of an impromptu ability to do some sales, here's what we're going to do, and I'll show you the book in a minute. We're still going to save the book for next year, but what I'm going to do is when the show is over, on the Big Dog Ink website, bigdogink.com, super easy, we're going to post up 20 of these books for the first 20 people that want them. And then the rest of them will be available next year in June for Ozstravaganza. So I've got it right here. So this was a book that Mike Crome did. He did the pencils for, and then he asked if he could go ahead and do the colors as well, which everybody knows that he's been doing Copics and all kinds of stuff. And it's just amazing things. So here is the cover try and avoid some glare. Dorothy Gale.
Ooh, that's pretty.
It's really amazing. The glare off the sun in the background. I mean, what you're looking at does not give it
on the cover.
Yeah, it doesn't do it any justice, but the lighting on her face and her hair and everything. This is just a tremendous book. They are limited to 164 copies because this was a happy birthday book for L. Frank Baum. You can see happy birthday there because he would have been 164 years old this year. So, yeah, so we're going to take 20 of those when the show is over and launch them on the website, and they will be available, those 20 copies. Any other copies will be held for next year's Ostravaganza. Those folks will get first crack at them, and then whatever's left next year will be put onto the website and available. So this is actually this is printed on our brand new Oz book, which is this one here. We call it 1920 because it is literally issues 19 and 20 in one issue. When we went to Aspen, we stopped producing the book because we were reprinting them through Aspen Comics. So when we came back this year or last year to do this new Oz book, it made sense to just wrap up the arc that we were working on. And so this is a 40-page book with art by Carlos Reno, which is amazing. Carlos Reno, Gat Melvin. The art is incredible. So it's a 40-page book, Western reimagining of the Wizard of Oz. This is the first appearance of the Emerald Pistol, by the way. Of course, Dorothy has a ruby pistol and so on. And so this book, all of these Oz books are available on the website right now. Just so you know, if you missed the Kickstarter, anything that's left, these are all available. So this Mike Chrome book, this variant cover, is on that 40-page book. And you'll be able to get these when the show is over. I will go to the website and pop up 20 of them.
So everybody be rushing to CadetsCon.com and click on the Big Dog Ink. Check out, it's the second link down. So underneath the Patreon, that's the one you're going to want to click. And you got to be fast. If you don't have high-speed internet, I'm sorry. You got to go to Oz. You got to go to the Wizard of Oz convention next year.
And that's in New York, so that's that's a trek for some people.
So your love for all things kaiju is pretty well known at this point.
Oh yes,
if it's got scales and breathes fire and destroys Tokyo, you're in.
I'm in, man.
What sparked your love of Godzilla and that sort of genre?
I'll tell you, there's no reason that I should love it, because I had a very traumatic moment in my early Godzilla days. My parents, when I was 6 years old, Godzilla versus King Kong was coming on TV, and I had been waiting all day to watch it. And when it came on TV, they decided that was the night they were going to tell me they were going to get divorced. So by all rights, I should have been like, F this Godzilla stuff. It's linked to a tragedy that, I can't deal with. But somehow it stayed with me, and got to watch it another day. It used to be that it was on like every year. It was fun. But I just, something about it. I'll tell you I think I try. People always ask this, what's the first Godzilla movie you ever saw? I think I'm not positive, but I think that the first one I ever actually ended up seeing was Godzilla versus Gigan, or Godzilla on Monster Island, as many people know. It was one of the later ones in the series, but it had 4 monsters. It had Godzilla, Anguirus, Ghidorah, Gigan. It had Godzilla Tower. It had a dude that was drawing comic books, manga, in Japan. It had everything that like a kid of the age of, 8 was going to freak out over. And I was like, yeah, man, this is some cool stuff. And then not long after that, I was at a flea market in Michigan, and I found Godzilla comics, like the old Marvel Godzilla comics. And I didn't know what a comic book was, but I knew what Godzilla was. And so I was like, yeah, here's my 50 cents, dude. Give me this book. And took it home. And I mean, basically the rest is history. I mean, at that point, it's Godzilla's in my blood. Comic books are in my blood. Star Wars came out not long after that. Oh my God. It was a pop culture revolution in the late 70s and early 80s. And I was all in it. So, and back in the day, the Godzilla stuff, it was occasionally on TV, but there's like 14 movies. The videotape stuff was few and far between. My friend and I, we would get together on Saturdays and just take the phone book and call video stores across Los Angeles. Do you have any Godzilla movies? Any of them at all? And, some guys would have one or two, and then we would go traveling. It would be like an hour round trip. Oh my God, we got Ghidorah the 300 monster. Oh, we got Son of Godzilla. And it would be an exciting time to do that. Nowadays, you just say, well, okay, I've got them all now.
Right.
They're all right here. They're all on Blu-ray. They're all beautiful. It's almost too easy. It's fun. You have them, but it's too easy now. You used to have to drive hours out of your way to find these things. But that was half the fun too. It's like, I have this nostalgia and these memories of doing these things, and it's just sunk into me, and it's just there.
My introduction to Godzilla was totally the cartoon show.
Oh, sure, Hanna-Barbera, yeah.
And it was I've loved giant monsters, but I think in recent years they've kind of gone away from what made them great. What made the original Godzilla movies great, and some of that Amanda asked, what did you think of Godzilla, the new Godzilla movie, King of Monsters, which I think is maybe the best Godzilla movie I've seen in a while, but they've kind of veered into the, you can't have Godzilla without mechs thing. There's
reasons for that. Not the least of which is the Showa era. The last two movies were both Mechagodzilla movies, and they were very popular. They brought Mechagodzilla back in the Heisei era, which is like the 90s, basically. I'm not a huge fan of the Heisei era. There's some of it that's good, some of it that's kind of, like you said, they kind of were like, well, let's kind of do some fan service here. And then when they did the Millennium series, they brought Mechagodzilla back again for 2 movies. But that was a great Mechagodzilla because he was based on the idea that they went out to sea and got the original 1954 Godzilla's bones and built a mech around those bones. And that was a great story. King of the Monsters is an unbelievable movie. It is a monster masterpiece. It is visually incredible. It is one of the best paced human to Godzilla scenes, human to monster scenes movies ever made in all of the movies, because usually you get a ton of humans and then, there's like a Godzilla fight at the end. King of the Monsters was super well paced. It is basically a Showa era movie with CGI. I absolutely loved it. I was in love with it the instant I saw him hit the screen in IMAX. I was like, oh my God, this is where I need to just spend the next 6 months just watching this movie again and again and again.
True. How has your love for Godzilla and that you talked about kaiju, your kaiju book, but how has your love for that and the way those stories were told influenced your writing?
Oh, I'm sure it has to have in some ways. I mean, most of my writing is, the goal at Big Dog Ink for my writing is when somebody's done reading something, hopefully 2 things have happened. Number 1, ultimately, I hope you had a good time. I hope you read the book and you were like, oh, that was a good read. Sometimes you get deep, heavy stories. Sometimes they're lighthearted, but you should always come out of it going like, well, yeah, that was a good read. Give me the next issue. The other thing that I want people to not come out of the book being like, yeah, I saw that coming. I knew that was going to happen. Like, I don't want you to know what's happening. I make left and right turns all the time in my writing. And that's on purpose because I want you to be surprised. There's too much cliche in comics. And while we use cliche and we use tropes, we kind of dance around them and try and bend them a little bit so that you get something that feels good, but that you're not expecting. And so Godzilla movies were all that. I mean, they weren't designed, especially the 60s and the 70s. They weren't designed to be, outside of the first one, which is a nuclear war, analogy. They weren't designed to be anything but just fun. Dude, eat some popcorn and watch monsters drop kick each other. I mean, there is a human story, of course. Sometimes there's gangsters and all kinds of things, but underlying all of that is just, it looks cool. It looks fun. The old models that they used to build were incredible. I mean, it had to be kind of heartbreaking to watch those things get destroyed on set by dudes in lizard suits stomping on it all, because those things are works of art. So, but I think that along with my comic book reading in the early 70s and 80s told me when I started writing, dude, just make it fun, and people should hopefully latch onto the fun of it, and then once they've kind of latched onto the fun of it, then maybe they'll look a little deeper for the messages, because there's messages in these books, but they're not agenda driven books. They're not like me saying, I want to talk about this and I'm going to write a story about it. I'm going to write a story and then I'm going to link these little messages into it as we go along. Especially Penny for Your Soul. Oh my God, it's loaded with that stuff. But yeah, it's fun is number one, and that definitely came from Godzilla and Star Wars and the comics that I was reading in the 70s and 80s.
Richard, you can get it on Big Dog Ink, on Big Dog Ink's website.
Correct. Yes.
Just go over to cadetscon.com and click on Cadets Con links, and it's right there. Wasn't there a Godzilla movie about protecting the environment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Godzilla versus the Smog Monster was a very pollution agenda driven. It was one of the weirdest ones you will ever see. This is the one where Godzilla fights a smog monster made of pollution, understands science, and flies. So yes, it's definitely one of those really out there ones.
Yeah, that's an oddball one, man. So what's you just finished a Kickstarter?
Yep. What's
next in line at Big Dog Ink?
Next is another Kickstarter. We are doing a thing called Click Con. If you guys look on Facebook, there is a group for that as well, Click Con. It is with myself, Wendy Steen Shaner, CB Zane. We are doing what is essentially an anthology book, but it is a huge anthology book because we are each doing a full-sized issue, but we are printing it as one book. So it's going to be like a 64-page book. All of these books are spin-offs of things that we are already doing. So it's the Mighty Might from CB Zane, it's Sirenus from Wendy Steen Shaner, and it is Catnip, who is a goth parallel dimension version of Critter. And all three of those books will be published in one big 64-page thing, and we're going to have a big event for an entire month. We launch September 12th. We're going to have artists involved, having like an artist alley with the convention. It's designed like Wendy's January online Comic-Con, so you're going to be able to have badges and lanyards and big bags, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to do panels throughout the show, throughout the entire month, just not even about the books itself, but just like comics, just like this, just doing things like this, talking with artists, creators, going over all kinds of elements. Cosplay, we have a cosplay contest where the winner is going to get $500 and be featured on a cover. We've already got a whole bunch of people that have committed to do that, and the backers will be voting for that. So if you want to vote on the cosplay, you gotta back the project, and then you get to vote on the cosplayer who wins. And then in October, it's going to be Ursa Minor, the return of Ursa Minor. So it's going to be a busy fall for us. And then that will lead into January, which will be Legend of Oz, Wicked West. It'll be this book's 10-year anniversary in 2021. And we're going to focus heavily on Oz and put out close to a complete story arc next year through Kickstarter, starting in January. We're going to focus heavy on Oz next year.
So we're coming up against our time here, Tom. One more time, where can people find you? Where should people be looking for you? What are your links, that kind of thing?
Yeah, Facebook is our prime posting area, guys. Most of our direct contact is through Facebook. So find me, Tom Hutchison. Find Big Dog Ink, the group. You can join the group. It's just a public group. Hop right in. Find ClickCon. There's a big red thing that says ClickCon, the image. Yes, Daniel, it's Ursa will be a Kickstarter in October. Join ClickCon. And then BDI Comics is Twitter and Instagram. And if you want all the behind the scenes action of what's coming, and if you want to help us sort of design some of the things of Big Dog Ink, and if you want to get the Blue Jay original story content, that is Patreon, patreon.com/Big Dog Ink with a K.
Links to all of that stuff are over on cadetscon.com under the Cadets Con links section. So,
Sweet.
Tom, real quick, while we got a few minutes left, you're involved in another thing, and I didn't want to bring it up till the very end because I wanted this to be about Big Dog Ink.
Yeah.
But you're involved in the Artist Alley Shopping Network.
Sure.
Which is a rapidly growing community of comic art fans and artists on the internet. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I'm part of this comic book shopping network, and I know Jesse James. So when he was kind of developing this and building it up, I was like, dude, you're missing something. If you want this to be the online convention experience, you're missing a large piece. And he was like, what's that? And I was like, Artist Alley, man. And he was like, oh my God, you're right. So he created the Artist Alley Shopping Network, the page, and basically put me in charge of it. I went out and found a whole bunch of artists, Nia Rufino, David Harrigan, Ryan Kincaid, Alfred Trujillo, Chris Enott. I'm going to forget all of them now. Steph Wilson, holy crap, Jason Metcalf, Justin Hart. We'll announce right now that Mog Park is joining the group tomorrow. She will be doing her first show, and we've got 1,300 people in there. Art style and genre from everywhere. I mean, it's everything that you could want, and all of these guys understand. These live shows, they will live draw, they'll sell prints, they'll sell their comics, and they'll connect with you. It's a good time. Everybody does like a 2-hour show. Come in, watch them draw, buy the commissions, and just have a good time. It's the convention experience online, without having to worry about the guy next to you not wearing deodorant.
And Mog will be up here in just about an hour from now.
Oh, great.
On Cadets Con here, but we wanted to make sure we plugged the Artist Alley Shopping Network. It's growing so fast, guys. If you're not in it already, get in it. Tom, thank you so much for your time and for being a part of this and for always being down to do these dumb ideas when we have them.
I love dumb ideas. Love them.
So we will see you very soon. Check out another page turner with Tom and Steph. The podcast is very interesting. We will see you very soon, man. If you're watching Cadets Con 2020 live online, we'll be back in about a minute's time with Onrie Kompan, and I'm going to mess this up, and she's going to have to correct me. Afua Richardson. If I didn't mess it up, Onrie's telling me I got it right.
Yeah, you got it.
We'll be back in just about a minute's time, guys. Stick around.
Thanks.
What's up? Welcome back into Cadets Con. I'm your host, Kyle. Joining me again, who was here earlier, is Will Holland, William K Holland. And joining us now is Onrie Kompan, who is the writer of, you're going to have to say it for me, man, because I'm going to butcher it.
No worries, man. It's Isun Shin.
Isun Shin, as well as Marks, which I really want to talk to you about here in just a few minutes. But first things first, man, where can people find you on the socials? Where can people buy your stuff?
Absolutely. You can come to my website. It's www.yisunshin.com. I'm going to move my big fat head here. So it's yisunshin.com. And you can go to our shop. And right now we are offering 20% off on all books, plus free shipping. And I sign everything for you. Tripping up on my words here. yisunshin.com. 20% off all the books that we have in stock, free shipping, free signing, all that lovely stuff.
Okay, well, that's really incredible, man. First things first, I saw the name and I was just sitting there thinking, I was like, man, that sounds like a really cool, like, martial arts epic.
It truly is, man. It's swords and samurai slashing epic, man. It's a trilogy of books, and it's actually based on a true story. It's about a Korean admiral who fought the Japanese in the 1500s. And he was outnumbered 10-1 against them, and he beat them 23 times in a row without losing. And this series kind of tracks his fight against the samurai when they invaded Korea. So it picks up right where the action begins, and
Right.
So
it's based on real life. That's really awesome.
What's up?
I love the headband. I love the headband right there. I'm rocking with you on it.
I'm gonna get down on this too.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. I think I was putting it out too far. I apologize.
All right.
You're fine.
So,
can you hear me okay?
yeah, we can hear you great.
Okay, fantastic.
So Afua, right? Like, I didn't mess that up. Like, I got it right.
Not at all. Oh.
All right. She froze. Tell us where people can find you, where people can get commissions from you, where they can buy your art, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Do you want me to type that to you or just?
No, just tell the whole world, and then I will put it on our Cadets Con page with the links that people can click on.
Fantastic. Well, my website is afuarichardson.com. That's AFUA Richardson, like it sounds. .com. I'm on Instagram at Doctafoo, DOCTAFOO on Instagram, and you can find me on Twitter and Facebook under my name, Afua Richardson.
Okay.
Awesome. So,
Ms. Richardson, what is that beautiful stuff behind you there? I see some awesome, epic artwork going on behind you there.
Thank you. I'm working on my first creator own since I've become a pro. This is, oh my gosh, my 15th year in comics. And I'm launching a Kickstarter on Black Friday in November for a book called Aquarius, the Book of Mer. And it's a modern retelling of mermaid myths and legends from all over the world. And I'll be starting with some having to do with my own family. So I'm super excited about it. And here is one of the characters. Yes, she looks exactly like me. And I just wanted one character that I could cosplay as without changing my hair.
There you go. I can dig that.
see, I think Onrie and I, we're kind of limited too. We can be Kingpin and Kingpin.
I'm Michael Chiklis, baby. I like to say I'm the I got the shield thing going all day long. And Professor X. We could do Professor X.
That's true.
I'm just saying.
Think about that.
Probably need to cut another 30 pounds, but I think I could do it. I'm a smart guy. I'll tell you that.
I cosplayed one time as Nick Fury, and it was just kind of interesting because, of course, I was walking around with my large trench coat, and people are like, "Man, you're a big old dude to be Nick Fury." I said, "Well, yeah, I can do that. It's okay."
Well, it's always such an effort to cosplay as myself. I always have to think about everything. So I finally took a cue from Steve Jobs because he always wore the same shirt every day. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just wear my shirt every day. And I haven't washed this shirt in weeks now. So I just wear it every day. And it's got its own musk and everything. I'm working on my own cologne brand, which we're going to be selling pretty soon. It's not going to smell very good, but, we're working on it.
T-shirt, the fragrance.
Yes, T-shirt, the fragrance. There you go. Well, you got to be my marketing manager You got the whole Brent thing going, my friend.
You've got your voice actor down.
Absolutely.
If you ever wanted to smell like someone at a convention that didn't know how,
Yeah. Oh,
did you need
man.
a spray bottle? Do you need something that's familiar to you and no one else? T-shirt.
I'll be honest, people like us would be walking around with that, just spraying it around our house right now because we miss conventions so much.
Well, you know,
coyotes.
Yeah, that's true. Coyotes, you get rid of them, or it attracts them, and you know, I don't know, does something.
Yeah.
Does something.
Maybe.
At least it's a good measure of keeping social distance. Because if you smell like this, then hey, you know, and this is why we can bring conventions back. Because once I have my fragrance out there, no one's going to want to get close to anybody, and then it'll all work out.
Steph and Skip Kane, yes, absolutely. Head over to cadetscon.com and click on Cadets Con links, and there are links up already. Now they're up for Onrie's website as well as Afua's website, where you can pick up their stuff directly from them. I'm gonna let Will take the lead here for a minute and step away. I will be here in the background if you all need me. This is the idea.
Gustavo, I'm telling you. Everybody who has picked up Yisun Shin, I'm telling you, they're geniuses. And you know, Gustavo, thank you. You're right. Scratch and sniff T-shirt.
There we go.
There you go.
Although
and it'll even stick on your fingers too.
Although my biggest problem is if I were to scratch and sniff T-shirt, I'm pretty sure mine would be cheeseburger, pizza,
that'll be
or chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake.
Like I would not mind smelling like chocolate cake. That'd be a great thing. So
not at all.
Starting with the lady, because I want to let the ladies go first. I want to try to be as gentlemanly as possible in this situation. So the first thing I want to ask is, how did you get into the land of comics? Because I know as well through stuff I make that you don't fall into it. It's not an accidental situation. So how did you get in that process?
Just comics in general as a career, or just my love of comics?
For you,
in general?
Both. How you fell in love with it, and then how you kind of rolled it into a career.
I think I was about 9 years old when I got my first comic, or first set of comics. I ran into an artist who was a soldier. Actually, I lived on a military base when I was 9 years old in New York. Governor's Island was a Coast Guard base, and one of the guys who worked there was my neighbor. Used to work for heavy metal, and so he just had this collection of comics that I probably shouldn't have been reading, and just a whole bunch of books around. And he was just like, "Whatever's in there, take it." So I found like X Factor and Swamp Thing and Avengers West Coast and just all of these really incredible comics. A lot of them Marvel at first. And I cleared all of the, I was a big tomboy, but I moved all of the clothes out of my closet, and I just started organizing my collection of comics, and just, I absolutely fell in love. Half of the stories, I didn't know what was going on, but I didn't care. I just read them over and over again. And I was drawing my own characters. And I think what really got me into creating comics professionally was music. I was a classical musician, trained at LaGuardia for the Performing Arts, did an undergrad at Juilliard, and I always carried a sketchbook, cut class sometimes to go to the bookstore to read comics. And after a while, I started doing a lot of performing and making my own flyers and drawing myself and my fellow musicians as comic characters. And I want to say in 2005 or so, I started going to comic conventions and just speaking to the artist, which is phenomenal. Like I come from the music industry where you have to know somebody to get a meeting, to get a, sacrifice to the wind or whatever, just to get 5 minutes with someone who'll say, eh. But comic conventions, you could just walk up to the head of a company or your favorite author or artist, and they're right there. You can just talk to them directly. Could you imagine? It's like, oh, I just want to walk up to Stevie Wonder and like just, so tell me about this album that you made. That's, you know what I mean? Like, that's insane. And so I walked up to Mark Silvestri, like, hello, can I buy something? I love your work. Oh my God. And I just handed him a little postcard with my work on it and where he could find me. And then 6 months later, I had the opportunity to work on my first cover-to-cover comic with Top Cow. It was very lucky.
It is an amazing book too, by the way. Sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
That's okay, please.
I really loved Grind.
Thank you.
There you go. Continued fandom. That's part of the joy of the con experience.
Yeah, for sure. I felt like comics was a place where I could just be somewhere else. I had a lot of chaos in my life when I was a kid, and I'd read these stories and think, you know, especially the X-Men, I would look at them and think, you know, they save people, but they're not liked.
Yeah.
They're not appreciated, and they still do the right thing. You know, so I have a lot of stuff that's happening to me, and I could choose to be just as mean, or I could choose to be like Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
And
Nightcrawler. Oh my gosh, I love Nightcrawler. He's one of my favorite characters.
Seriously, you know, like
Same here. I'm a big Nightcrawler fan.
Like one of my dream projects, because I've had a chance to work with Marvel and DC, but one of these days I want to do a book about everybody blue, a few green folks, a couple of purples. We'll throw Vision in there because he's fuchsia or whatever. But it's like, give me the blues.
And then we need the blue WWW by Eiffel 95 as the soundtrack.
But you know, you could work a really cool jazz theme into it too, because of the blues and everything. You know, that sounds like a really riveting idea.
I'll save it some kind of blue. There you go.
Exactly. And I love jazz and I love blues and funk and things like that. So there are actually surprisingly a lot of musicians in the comic world. Like, you'd be surprised. Nelson Blake, who started at Top Cow and now he's at Marvel, crazy guitarist. I mean, like, metal guitarist. He's really
I didn't know that.
Would not know it.
You know, I find it funny too. There's so many attorneys that are like in comics now too. I like Charles Soule, and I was mentioning to you Marjorie Liu the other day, who's teaching a class about comics at MIT. It's crazy, the backgrounds of people. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be surprised at the crossover. I think Dale.
I'm laughing at this comment here that came across concerning the blue.
Oh, that is a good one.
I see what you did there.
Giggles Rasco with the blue comments with the pun of the day.
Yeah, that's really cool, Afua, that you're right, going back to that whole idea about blue, the blue characters. That really would make for like an interesting concept, like a 4-issue miniseries. It's why not? And to throw Vision in there, just why the hell not?
Right? You got like She-Hulk, Hulk, and
Beast.
Beast is like a drummer.
Yeah, there you go. You can do it. You can make it like a band, like the Beatles. Yeah.
He's drumming, but with his feet.
Exactly.
This book's so bad, I can't even tell you. As a guy who comes from the music industry before he got into comics, I'm all about this so much.
Absolutely. And about the music industry, I think it's so much harder to get someone to like actually sit down and listen to your music as opposed to like sitting down and reading your comic. Do you find that to be true, Afua?
Absolutely. At least with a comic, it's a little bit more immediate. With music, you have to invest a little bit of time. You can kind of let it play in the background. And I guess the same is true of sitting down and reading a comic, but it's more like, all right, well, this looks good. You've got to get somebody in the first 5 seconds of your song or people are going to pass. Like, oh, this is nice. And they're not really going to tell you if they think it's terrible.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is it all right for me to admit that I've had a chance to listen to your wonderful music,
Aw.
that you've shared it with me? Yeah.
Sure.
And let me just tell you guys, Afua, I have heard some of the music that you're doing for the Book of Mare for Aquarius. Is Aquarius, right?
Mhm.
The Book of Mare. Yeah. She's shared some insight with me, and I'm telling you guys, Black Friday, set some money aside and pre-order this book. I'm telling you, it's gonna blow you away. Afua's artwork, her writing, and I've read some of her script. She has been kind enough to share it with me because I've been begging her to do it. It is amazing stuff, and her music that she's actually creating an album to go along with her book. The music is absolutely riveting. It is really cool stuff. It'll just get you feeling familiar things from different periods in time that actually coincide with like the story that she's telling. And I'm so excited. I hope I can be your number one backer.
No.
Hopefully top 10. Hopefully top 10. Hopefully I'll be up and I'll do it. But you definitely got my money. I'm really excited for you. Yeah.
Thank you. It's exciting. I felt like for the past, decade or so, it's been wonderful to work, with all of these really major companies that they would trust me to bring their vision to life. Black Panther, X-Men, Captain Marvel, all of these different really phenomenal legacy characters that I've had a chance to draw my rendition of and have a little freedom to put a little piece of myself or my own perspective on these characters. And now I feel like this book, I can say who I am through my work in a way that I don't think I have before. And as a musician and a singer, I get the chance to just express the other part of me that I've kind of let atrophy a bit. Like, it's weird that I had a completely different life before doing comics, that I was a voice actor and I worked at a Jingle House and I went on tour and I opened for Outkast and Alicia Keys and Parliament Funkadelic. I was on Soul Train. Okay, that's how far back this goes. Like, it was really not to be like, oh, I was on Soul Train. It was like, no, it was a job that I did. And it was an amazing life. And I felt like with comics, I could express myself in the way that I wanted, instead of like, hey, you sound like Lauryn Hill and Sade. Can you, wear this thing in a baggie? And I'm like, I like whole clothing. Thank you. And I don't want to lose 40 pounds.
I got a question for you, Afua. So I've had the pleasure of seeing you at conventions. That's actually where we met. And Will, I'm telling you, when conventions come back up, you owe it to yourself to meet Afua in person, because she will rock your socks off. I mean, she is seriously a force to be reckoned with. And I've just
fancy.
well, because it's true. I mean, you see a lot of artists at conventions that are basically hunched behind their table because they're drawing commissions and they don't really have the opportunity to make eye contact. But on top of that, it's a very secluded world, right? You're sitting behind a drawing board and drawing all day. But the thing that I find really fascinating about you, Afua, is that you're very engaging. You have a very engaging presence. Your husband, he's also, he comes and helps you out at shows too. And both of you guys together, you're like a power couple at conventions. Now, getting to my question though, how much of your music background did you pull from in order to, create your identity on the convention floor? Because that's also showmanship, I would think too, right?
Definitely. I was surprisingly a very shy person. And performing helped me. It helped me get over that a little bit. It's definitely a performance, not in a way that's fake, but it's like, hey, you know what? Whatever you're going through, it's not the fault of the person who you're interacting with that day. It's, they're there to have a great experience. They might be encountering your artwork for the first time. we're all a bunch of introverts and we're all together in this room, so let's have a good time where it's all like a comic book convention is a lot like even the comic book industry in general. It's kind of like having a lot of mutual friends. We think about the archetypes that we gravitate towards: the Wolverines, the Punishers, the Blade, that group of people in your iconography that you find resonance with through fiction. When you find other people who appreciate that the same way, there's this kind of this rapport, like we both know what Wolverine would do in a bar. Like
Right.
we both have an idea of who this person is, even though they're fictional. My English is all over the place today. It's freaking hot here in Georgia, and my brain is melting into butter. Forgive my grammatical Godzilla-isms.
That's okay. I mean, if you got the purple Godzilla-isms, we're gonna kind of let Onrie take the helm for a little bit, let him talk a little bit about what got him into comics, because I see the stuff that he's doing, and I'm thinking Saturday afternoon martial arts flicks. I want to hear about what he's got going too.
Yeah, man. Speaking of conventions, like talk about engaging. Onrie, man, like you will never see him behind a table. He is always up front. He's always engaging his audience, and it's just like, hey, do you know my comic? Well, you should. And that's incredible. I'm just like, you know what? I want to know what this is because you got faith in it. It's
like, here's the sword that the main character uses in the thing. We actually have the sword right
here. I appreciate the kind words of Fu. That means a lot to me. Well, my background is not nearly as interesting as Afua's, but I will try and measure up in my own way as best as I can. But let's see. I mean, what really got me, I've always found this this dichotomy in my life. There are two things that have always been very important to me, and it's comics and martial arts. And I think there's a reason for that. Literally every martial arts school that I've ever seen or trained at, within like literally, the same plaza or across the street, there would be a comic book shop. And when I was a kid, I got into Taekwondo. My parents signed me up because my neighbors were bullying me. And as soon as I started training, about 2 weeks later, my bullies tried to attack me, and I beat them up pretty badly. So badly, in fact, that my neighbors, their father said that I wasn't allowed to play with them anymore. So I was pretty secluded after that, an outcast. Oh, no. So they weren't bullying me physically anymore because they knew I'd kick their ass, but they would always be making fun of me. And, I knew it was smarter not to engage them. So, I found myself isolated a lot, and I guess I got into comics because of that. I was always a big Spider-Man fan, huge Spider-Man fan. And, I stopped training I trained until I was about 12 years old, and I got my black belt. And then we moved to a different neighborhood, and I stopped until I was about 16. And then I tracked down my old martial arts school, and I kind of picked up where I left off. And I was doing Taekwondo, and I was really focused on Olympic style sparring. So it's actually a sport that was introduced to the world in the 1988 Olympics. And basically it's boxing, but you're only kicking. So you're only allowed to kick. You can do certain punching. You can only do punching as a block, but it's not, you only get like 1 point. And you get like, you're basically trying to kick someone in the face, and you have to wear these like padded helmets, because when you get kicked in the face, you're probably going to get knocked out. And so I did that for a couple of years, and I wasn't very good at it. And I kind of detracted from martial arts just because of life and work and everything. And but I never lost my interest in comics. That was always that was always what I wanted to do. And I spent a lot of years, just kind of studying stuff. And I put out my first comic, and, everybody's first comic's always a dud. And mine was just absolutely horrendous. And more because of my lack of experience than anything else. I always take the blame for it. It's not the artist's fault or anybody else's. But it was an experience for me. And I learned early on that I needed to, focus on being the one to push everything, because, the market was kind of showing me that everybody who I was talking to who worked in the industry was saying that if you really want to make it big with your own ideas, you have to be the one advocating for them and out there pushing them. So that's sort of what led me into, because of Taekwondo, I actually had I was ingrained with a deep sense of appreciation and love for Korean culture. And when I discovered Isun Shin years later, it was I was hanging out with my roommate at the time, and he had told me about this great Korean drama, and I ordered it online. It was like $200, but the concept sounded so great that I had to own these discs, and I still got them. I mean, the packaging on this is just incredible. You open it up and there's all these maps, and it's all in Korean, and it's like, it's crazy, and then you start jumping into this show, and it's just like it's literally pulled from reality. It's like, this is, and it's dramatized obviously, but the show was great. And I tried to get other people into it, and they're like, yeah, it's subtitled and it's Korean, and I don't really get it. And then I saw 300 was made into a movie, and I was like, well, that was based off of a comic book, which was actually based off of another movie that Frank Miller saw in the 50s called The 300 Spartans. It was made in the 50s. I don't know if he saw it back then, but after that point, I decided to start doing research, and I spent about 2 years doing research on the subject matter and studying different trends in comics, because I had learned from my failures with my first go at making comics. And I said, you know what, if I'm going to make another comic, I want it to be levels beyond anything else, because A, I'm putting my money into it, and B, you can't just keep not learning. You can't keep making the same mistakes, because you're not going to get anywhere in the business. If you can't take the criticism, if you can't look at yourself and say, I'm the one who needs to improve, you're never going to get anywhere. So that really propelled me forward. And, that also led me to hire an editor to come on board. And he eventually became my co-writer and my teacher and everything. He's essentially my Mr. Miyagi. And you might know him. It's David Anthony Kraft. He's a longtime veteran in the comic book industry. He worked on Defenders, She-Hulk. He basically picked up where Stan Lee and John Buscema who did the first issue. But basically from that second issue on to issue 24, Dak was writing She-Hulk, and he built the entire world around the character. He's the one who gave her a pink Cadillac and had her dating thing and Man-Thing, and brought Star God into it, which is Man-Wolf, and he had a great run on that and ushered in numerous talents, including George Perez, Brian Stelfreeze, and this is the guy who taught me everything I know about comics and who I continue to learn from. So, yeah, that's my story. I'm sorry if I'm running my mouth.
Just as a reminder, guys, head over to cadetscon.com and click on the Cadets Con links. There on that page, we have links for all of our guests for today. But you can scroll down, and there's a link to Onrie's website as well as to Afua's website, so that you can check out their products, buy stuff from them, give them your money, because that's the whole point here, is to support these great creators who, right now are not able to get out to the conventions and stuff as much or at all, because, well, there are no conventions right now. So just make sure you're checking those things out. I have a question for Onrie. You sent me Mark's yesterday, and I fell asleep reading it last night. I was
that's always a good thing.
Well, no,
that means I did my job.
No, let me explain myself, and I'll explain what I mean is we had our Ready Set Draw event last night that didn't get over until 12:30 my time. By the time I got everything ready for today, it was 1:30, and I'm reading the book. And when I dropped my iPad and woke up because it hit me in the face, it was 4. So I just started
so good it'll knock you out.
I just started reading and reading and reading, and next thing I'd known, I lost track of time. And so I wanted to ask you about that story. It seems like a very personal story. Tell people a little bit about that book.
absolutely. So Marx is the story of my grandfather's life, and during World War II, he was a Russian Jewish soldier who fought the Nazis, and it's a self-contained story. It's 6 chapters, and it features 3 different artists that I specifically chose to capture certain parts of my grandfather's life, and it was a story I managed to hear from as my grandfather was slowly passing away, and I managed to get everything right in the nick of time, and yeah, it was a very, very large endeavor and a huge heartache for me to put the book together. But I'm very pleased with the results, and I'm so proud of the reception I got. And I'm sorry, I'm having such a hard time focusing because Afua, your artwork, my God.
Yeah, I was saying, wow, man.
I'm just like, wow. Yeah. So I hope I answered your question, Kyle.
You did. You absolutely did. And like I said, it's I didn't fall asleep for any reason other than, it was 4 a.m. and I had done a 5-hour stream earlier in the night and then read a comic until 4 a.m. So
well, I appreciate the fact that you were so committed and so intrigued by what we did with Marx that it kept you up. And I hope that when all of this madness is over for you, that you'll have a chance to sit down and read it and enjoy it.
I'm a massive history nerd, and I've recently fallen in with a group of Chicago history nerds.
Cool.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, that's where I'm based.
So it really spoke to that in terms of the sort of story arc. So
yeah, no, I appreciate that. So, Afua, what are we looking at here?
I can't hear you. Hold on, I'm having technical issues on my end, so I'm going to drop back out and let Will take over. I will be back in just a minute.
Okay, so let's pick up with that question that Kyle asked about what are we looking at here. This is gorgeous. When I said wow earlier, I'm sorry because I said that and I realized he was talking about this very deep stuff with that story, and I'm going, oh wow, and then I'm like, oh, get the artwork. Oh wow, like, oh wait, oh, not then.
I'm working on a pinup for my buddy Dedrin Sneed. He has a book called Sugarman Spear, and one of the co-creators is Nichelle Nichols, who we have featured back here.
What? The Nichelle Nichols?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Nichelle Nichols. For those who don't
He's
know,
one of my heroes.
Lieutenant Naota Uhura from the Starship Enterprise. Yes. She is one of the characters in the book, and I am drawing his main character and her awesome spirit guide. It's just a really cool story, and
it looks like the spirit guide might be based loosely on Nichelle Nichols' book.
Yes.
There, based on what I can see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! So, when is this glorious book coming out?
I think they're working on the 2nd volume now,
okay.
And yeah, so they launched their Kickstarter and it was successful, and so I'm like, oh yeah, let me hurry up and get you your pinup.
Awesome.
Afua, when it comes to your process, it looks like you got a lot of layering. Do you typically draw right now on digitally, or do you still do anything on just paper and pen, or are you primarily digital?
I do a lot of traditional work. It kind of depends on how I'd like to get something done. Sometimes I'll sketch something out. I'll drop in an image. Let's see, place. Let's see.
I'm going to put in some comments while you're looking over that, Sarah. I've got a couple coming in on this.
No problem.
So, first of all, we've got Jingles Rasco talking about the beautiful art.
I agree completely. It is. Yeah. And how long does making a cover like this take you? Like, we're talking man hours here, between everything you got going on.
A couple of days, usually. It depends, because I'll create the concept sketch, and I'll usually do that digitally just so I can scribble out blobs and so on, and then I will draw it traditionally. If I have the time, I'll print out the digital blob and then clean it up and draw on top of it. And if I don't have the time, then I'll work right on top of my sketch straight to finals. I don't
Oh wow.
necessarily do an ink layer and then a color layer because I'm working in Adobe Illustrator. I will work right to finals from my traditional stuff.
Yeah, that's got to cut a whole ton of time for you. We started having our artist on Yisun Shin do the same thing. Just, I'll draw the layouts and then he'll draw his version of it to kind of like make sure that it's in line with my crappy drawing. And then, he finalizes it from there, and I would imagine that helps, save you a lot of time and focus on other things, right?
Absolutely. Because I won't have to scan it. I won't have to clean it up. It's already in the program that I need to. So this is an example of something that I started out with traditionally, and then I took to a digital version.
Gonna shoot a couple of comments up about the art. You got some comments coming in on it. Talking about how gorgeous it is.
Yeah.
Just wait until you see it colored, Nicholas.
And so now let me find.
Exquisite artwork.
Thank you, Carlos.
Wow.
And the thing I find so amazing about Afua is, she's got this background in music, and she just if I'm understanding correctly, you self-taught yourself how to draw like this, and this isn't even the final piece yet. Wait until you see the colors.
Let's see if I can place that in there, please. I really enjoyed drawing, but oops, I'm not scaling it properly. I really wanted to draw well. It was something that I felt like, hey, I enjoy this. I love looking at artwork. I love looking at graphic design and fashion from all over the world and photos from all over the world. I really love just the colors and the relationships between the objects on the page. I don't know how to do this, but I'm okay with that. Just like I started off as a musician who didn't know how to play well. If I found the right way to practice and found the right teachers, then if I continue to repeat those lessons, eventually I'll find my way. And it's really difficult sometimes as an artist when you want your artwork to look a certain way and it doesn't look like that. Like what's in your mind doesn't make it to the page because you haven't quite developed the motor skill yet or the understanding of volume to be able to represent it in a shorthand. And it can be incredibly frustrating because you start to take it personally and you think like, oh, well, I'm not good enough. And it can be a little heartbreaking because you want it to look good. You want other people to like it. You want to like it. I can see a million problems with this particular drawing, but you have to kind of be patient with yourself and know that, the more that you do it and the more that you practice drawing from life and practice whatever it is that you want to be proficient in, that you will get better through time. It's not just, oh, well, I know how to do it now, and now I'm automatically going to do it well. You have to literally carve grooves into your mind, not physically, but you have to develop the motor skill, just like riding a bike. At first, it was kind of difficult, and now you don't have to think about it anymore. But you're always going to be learning. You're always going to be learning new skills. And even now, I'm learning new programs. I'm always studying. I always bring a sketchbook with me everywhere because sometimes I'll have an idea or I'll see something that looks really crazy or even something that's mundane and normal. And I thought, well, why not mix this with this? And that idea would leave if I didn't have a sketchbook around. So
Mm-hmm.
I always
You
try
know,
to keep my mind engaged.
I have a question for you. So, given what you just told us,
Mhm.
when you took your first project on for Marvel or DC, your first big time project, what were the thoughts going on in your head, and how did you manage that? Because I'm sure you had to have some some feeling. Were you confident that you were going to knock this out? Did you have any self-doubt that you were battling? Like, what was going on in your mind when you first got that big job and you had to sit down in front of your board and start drawing?
I thought to myself, wow, I have no idea what I'm doing. Help!
Makes sense.
I don't know.
I'm gonna put this out
know.
there. I'm gonna put this out there and say this right now. Like what I'm seeing from you guys, it's just I feel like I'm in a master class when it comes to not only art, but when it comes to promoting and different things like that. These are things that I'm trying to learn how to do. And so it's just blowing me away. I'm sitting there going like, can I get that Storm as a print? Is there a way to can I get that hanging up in my
Actually,
house?
I have it on my site right now. In the food store.
Beautiful. I mean, I'm loving everything I'm seeing. We've got a couple comments I want to throw in real quick just to let people know that we got some interaction going. Nicholas advised that we need you on X-Men yesterday, he
I
said.
agree 100%.
So I would love to see the rest of it. If that's your Storm, I can't imagine the rest of the crew.
I'm
you know what,
on the store
actually-
right now looking at the rest of the crew.
Well, I was going to say the one thing that excites me even more is the fact that what Aufa is doing with Aquarius is going to be really cool because she's creating her own characters and she's, really stepping into this world of, original work. And I think I'm just so excited to see what she's doing. Just your costume design for Storm and just some of the other things I've seen come out of you, like the Miles Morales that you did, the female Miles Morales, which is just a gorgeous piece. I actually ordered it, and I'm gonna frame that mother, and I'm gonna hang it in my office. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is some glory stuff. So I'm just going to throw these up too because we got, like I said, some other people coming in. Love how she was able to make the boots look like leather from Amanda. And trying to draw, I can tell you, it's not an easy feat to do that.
Absolutely.
It's just studying, the observation of how light interacts with a surface. Does it absorb the light? Does it reflect the light? Does it change, sitting next to something else? And just constantly refilling your memory banks and then figuring out how to use the tools that you have to the best of your ability. You're constantly learning and relearning. And I love watching other artists draw because you learn so much from them. Just their techniques and how they decide to use their tools. You can learn from someone, even if they're not drawing in the style that you are working in or even that you want necessarily. You can learn just little things like Mark Tertiera, who created the primary look of the Dora Milaje for the Black Panther. A fantastic artist and painter, and he saw me, working on some commissions at a convention one year, and he was just like, "Why don't you use gesso when you're painting your commissions?" And I was like, "What is this magical gesso that you speak of?" Mark Terry.
That's cool.
And so he gave me his little bottle of gesso. I still have it. It's amazing. It's a white acrylic, and you can paint on top of it, but you basically lay it down on a canvas when you want to have paint just all over your paper. But the cool thing about it is if you're working in black and white or you're working in color, you can sort of treat it like paper whiteout, and you can still draw on top of it later.
You create your whites, basically, your light spaces.
Exactly. Or if I want to black something out and I want it to be like super, super matte black, like black hole sun, no light is coming out of that, everything else looks shiny by comparison, you can just sort of tape off an area and paint it with gesso, and it's fantastic. And I was just like, oh my goodness, Thank you so much. Just that small little thing, or Brian Stelfreeze, who you mentioned earlier, Onrie. When he draws from life, he'll start to study the shape of the light and the shape of the shadow. Instead of thinking of things as lines, he thinks of them as mass. And when light hits the skin, there's an area where the light is, there's an area where the shadow is, and then there's this thin line. I kind of call it the dusk till dawn line. It's this little line where light is hitting the skin, and he puts in a bit of red, just a reddish version of the skin tone right on that line. And what he's describing with that is the light hitting the skin and the blood underneath showing through.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I would not have thought of that. It is all of these little things that different artists use to represent life on the page that I love. So down the line, after I launch my Kickstarter, I also want to do some classes where I work with other artists, or I'll share some of the techniques that I have personally that help me represent life in a way that is.
Can I sign up?
Yeah.
Can I sign up now?
Teach me. I want to learn.
I want to learn, master.
Well, the one thing I want to say too, Afua, is I really like how you have your Dr. Fu's lab, where you have created this community for people who are just starting out and just trying to kind of learn, navigate their way into this, whether it's as a hobby or as a profession. Afua already is doing everything that she's talking about on Facebook, and I think it's really great how she is so willing to share everything with people. And especially another thing I just want to point out too is, as a writer, you don't think about all these details, right? If you say 300 guys storming a castle, it's one thing to write it, but another thing to actually draw it and get all the details in there. And to, a writer can only get the focus. But the thing that I find so fascinating is not only have you taught yourself how to draw, you taught yourself how to color, you're teaching yourself how to use all this technology, and you're also writing too, and you're a wonderful writer. Uh-huh. But on top of that, it's like, mastering all this technology and keeping yourself current, and then being so open to share it with other people who are trying to find their own paths. I mean, I would say that you totally embody all the core essentials of what martial arts tries to teach other people in your work. I that's one of the things I admire most about you.
Oh, thanks, man. I feel like, in my life, I've had a lot of, like I said, we all have our stories. We all have hard times and things that we face and difficulty. But one thing that I was shown, in addition to, maybe how cruel people can be, also how kind. And artists like Brian Stelfreeze or Neil Adams or David Mack would take time and look at my work, and they would be very honest with me. They wouldn't just say, "Oh, that's pretty good." They would be very, very technical about their critique, not to hurt my feelings, but to say honestly what it was that they saw when they saw my work and where I could consider improving, because they have their own paths and I may have a different vision in mind. And so they share what it is that they use on a day-to-day to help them get to the vision that they wanted. And it helped me see a path for myself. So some days life would just be so difficult and just so, even now, especially now where we're in very difficult and unusual times. But when I listen to music or when I read a book and it can give me hope or give me inspiration or just give me a distraction and help me think outside of what's happening right now, so I can look at right now with a different perspective, then I want to get back to that, because that's powerful. That helped me say, you know what? I know things are not so great right now, but there is beauty somewhere because somebody made this, and I want to contribute to this. So I'm really proud of my Dr. Fu's lab. Because, honestly, if I showed someone how to draw exactly like me, I don't have to be threatened by that because they have their own experience, they have their own visions, they have their own influences and the things that are important to them. So they're going to make something different than what I would. So I don't have to worry necessarily about someone taking an opportunity from me because they learned how to do what I do. That's not how I think of things. I think more like, okay, well, if the both of us draw the same and we both have an idea that we both like, then we can form Voltron and save the galaxy.
And another thing I want to say to that too is I think kindness and doing these kinds of things are what allow us to kind of work through some of the difficulties of what we're facing right now. And I definitely want to give a shout out to Jen King of Space Cadets for having that mentality throughout from the beginning of this and really connecting all of us to each other. But it just kind of like what you were saying earlier, Afua, about Nightcrawler and the X-Men, of how they do the right thing even if they're still seen as the bad guys as a result. I think that part of doing what we do, sharing our work with the world, is in its own way, and helping other people. It's more for it can be for a sign of personal growth, and people take notice of when you do things like this, because there's a lot of people, I think, who don't understand that concept and are, especially in times like this, kind of close themselves off and are more subjected to feed into negative feelings and get sucked up by everything they see on the news and all that other stuff. But I think it's a very powerful thing to be able to basically, you can't solve the world's problems by making every poor person rich, but you can teach them how to plant crops. You can teach them how to fish, and essentially what you're doing is that. I can't teach people how to how to write. I mean, I guess I could, but I mean, it's a very different thing. I mean, you can certainly help people hone their focus, but I think it's much more direct, and you can see the results when you're drawing. It's a very, very different thing.
So I got a little distracted buying some stuff from the food store.
Oh,
but
thank you.
Well, I want to ask you about something I saw on there, and then there are some questions in the comments that I want to get to. One of the things on Afua Richardson's website is the art that you did to the Langston Hughes piece.
Oh, yes.
I'm a big fan of Langston Hughes's work. So how did that come about, and what was that process like?
Well, NPR does something every year for Black History Month, and they reached out to me a few years back to create an illustrated version of any Black author's work, any excerpt from a body of work. And I loved Rivers. That particular poem, I thought about a young Langston Hughes going to see his father while riding on a train and looking at the Mississippi River and thinking about the bodies of water that connect us all, the life-giving, and in some cases, the sad stories that came along those same shores. And I thought it really resonated with me. And the book that I'm working on, in Aquarius, the Book of Myr, what I'm trying to show is, we've got a lot of things that make us different, and that makes us great, because things would be boring if we were all the same. But one thing that we do have in common is water, and our bodies are 60% water. So that's a very big aquatic family. And so thinking about him writing this poem, and also in the context of the poem, he's talking about the Mississippi and the Nile and the Congo. And I thought to myself, I have lineage in the Congo. I have ancestors who lived there and were buried there. And But all the pictures that you see of the Congo are very sad. You know, there was a lot of tragedy that happened there, but you don't get the opportunity to see any of the beauty. So it was only 4 panels, but I wanted to take each moment, each panel, and show something different, but also show how we were all connected. So the Amazon and the cleaning of wounds, but also uh, the flooding of the Nile in Egypt, and the ghosts of the slaves who were sold on the Mississippi. Just all of these different ways that that water gives and takes life. I thought about when I read this very short poem. So I wrote the comic, and it was posted to NPR, and I made a little video and made a little song for it. Because I loved reading Rainbow, and I wanted to make my own little like reading Rainbow video.
Hey, you know, so many of us learn to read because of reading Rainbow. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's true.
So, for Onrie, maybe it's been answered, but has the next?
Geez, Ship, come on, man. I'm too busy, like just slacking off here, and you're putting me on deadline here, buddy. We are hard at work on the next issue of Yisun right now. We're working on the 10th issue of 12, and our artist is wrapping up a very big project right now. And I unfortunately just heard today that my colorist's mother passed away. Yeah, it's very, very upsetting. So we're kind of taking a little bit of time to regroup, but I'm hoping we are working very hard on it. And we should be on the upswing, and I'm hoping to be halfway done with this issue by the end of the year. That's the goal. And then after that, things should kind of smooth out. And I'm really hoping for a 2021 release on that one. And it's just our production process is very meticulous and slow, but I promise you this issue in particular is going to rock your socks off. There's going to be a massive knife fight. It's going to be awesome.
Socks?
Yeah. Who needs socks? Wear some sandals. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I'm also working on a new project too, and I'm still trying to figure stuff out. And I've been using Afua as a sound wall. I basically come to her every day, and I'm shooting random ideas at her, and she's been very supportive of everything that I'm doing. And she's a real trooper for me, and I appreciate having her as a friend and someone so high up. It's very uplifting. And the one thing I always want to be able to feel is excitement for whatever project I'm putting out there, because like I said, you put your own money into it, you put your own time into it, and you want your audience to enjoy it, and you want to have the energy to like get out there and push this thing. So I'm figuring stuff out. I'm reading a lot of comics right now, just like stacks and stacks, and it sounds fun, but at times it can be kind of difficult because I'm trying to understand what's working right now, what are the trends that I should be following, kind of like what I did prior to putting Yisun Shin out there. So I am figuring it out, and I am hard at work on stuff. But there we go. So I hope that answers your question, Ship. We are hard at work, buddy. And much love to you, by the way. Your support means so much to me, man. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person.
On me all week about, hey, now when Onrie's on, you got to ask about my marks because you're gonna love it, and you got to do this and you got to do that. Like he has been looking forward to this panel all week.
I love that guy. And he's British. He's military. He's my people. And I always say this: anybody with a British accent is automatically like uber cool, and I'm jealous of them right away because like I wish I could. If I had a British accent working for me, everybody would think I'm like way more accomplished and smarter than I actually am. So I love that. Yeah,
it'll rub off on you.
Yeah.
I mentioned reading Rainbow a couple of years ago. I got the honor to meet LeVar Burton at a con in Louisville, and I got to hand in one of my children's books. So I said, I just want to let you know you're part of the inspiration for me writing. So thank you. Awesome. And I handed him the book, and it was just like, well, I'm going to appreciate you letting me know that, man. And it was just funny because then, of course, they took the picture and somebody noticed it was like, he's really small. I said, finish the rest of it. They're like, well, he's really small compared to you.
If you mess with him, he will mess you up.
I don't want to ever be in that situation.
He will set his face.
We all saw him on Community. No, all right, guys, we are up against our time here. We've got Mog Park coming up next. So thank you to Aufa Richardson and Onrie Kompan for coming on. Make sure you head over to cadetscon.com. Click on Cadets Con links. And there are links there to all of their, to both of their websites where you can pick up their stuff, as well as links for all of our guests throughout the day. Thank you guys for being here. Stay tuned, those of you watching. We'll be right back in just about a minute with Mog Park.
Y'all take care.
Hey, guys, say.
All right, welcome back in to Cadets Con Live 2020. Mog, welcome. Your microphone is muted. I'll see if I can help you with that so we can hear you. There we go.
Hey.
We got you. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
You guys were like
Good to see you, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. So much like energy, just keep going. Like
Yes, we're having a lot of fun. We're having a really good show. I just had a complete brain malfunction, but I remember what I want now. Thank you so much for being a part of our Ready, Set, Draw event last night. Guys, when you see the piece Mog did last night, you are going to absolutely lose your mind. It's an incredibly beautiful piece of art that will be available for our art auction for Insider Art. So I'm gonna Miss Jen is here. I don't know if Miss Jen wants to come on or not, but I'm gonna bring her on. She doesn't really have any control over that. But I just want to thank you for that. I'm gonna back out and let these guys talk to you. Enjoy your panel. Have fun. I'll see you.
All right. So I had the honor to meet Mog through Miss Jen, actually, because I saw something that she was talking about on Facebook one day, and I was like, oh, cool. Who's this person? So then I got to looking at your stuff, and then I saw where you were doing stuff with different things with Games of Thrones and things like that. So I was just like, okay, I got to talk to this person. How did that happen? You know?
Yeah. Like me and like my husband in particular, Mel, he's a huge comic collector, and that's why I got into this comic industry. And we frequently watch all the we like to support like Jen King, Jesse as well, and and I don't know, we just kept buying from her because she gives the best fantastic deals.
You're not wrong.
I didn't know that you would recommend me to Jen, like to Will, and I really want to thank you for that because I didn't know something like this could come out of that. Thank you, Jen.
You know what's so funny, Mog, is that the first time I knew anything about you was I went and helped Jimmy J with the Hawaii Con, Aloha Con.
Yeah.
I don't know, was that 2 years ago? And they were tearing apart pallets that had been there since last year, and some of your work was on it. I was like, "Who is this?"
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're like a little
You were
pamphlet
there?
of some sort.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was a hurricane. It got canceled, right?
Right?
Oh my God, that's so amazing. Like, it's amazing, like, what a little, it's like you're planting seeds. You don't even know what's going to come out of it, you know? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so Mog, as always, the first thing we like to do is just get to know you a little bit better, but also we want to make sure that people know where to go to give you money. So I know you've got some really interesting offers going on and things like that. I've seen a few of them that you posted up. So if you would mind sharing with us, links, first of all, to where people can come and get stuff from you, and then what kind of stuff you're offering this weekend. I see some really sweet deals coming from you.
Yeah, it's very simple, like just like in my name on the corner here, Facebook, you just type in Mog Park, and I have all the listing of a con special for just today. So get in on that. If you like, I can start showing my artwork by share screening.
Okay.
That'd be great.
I mean, some of the samples of what I have. Is that okay?
That's great.
Able to do that. I'm not for sure how. That's kind of more of a Kyle thing, but there's a way to do it.
I got you.
I can do it myself. Like,
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Mog has the power.
Mog has the power.
This is why it's so good to have a StreamYard. StreamYard is very flexible, you know? That's why I like StreamYard.
We got a compliment here from Nicholas. He's talking about your artwork, Mog. He says, Mog, your art is so precise. The architecture you incorporate is amazing. Did you study architecture or architectural design?
I actually studied perspective and background design, environmental art for animation. I didn't study architecture, but I think they're pretty much the same, you know? You have to draw lots of buildings. So, yeah. Thank you for the question. That's very interesting. I actually get that question a lot. People always ask me, did you have an architecture major? It's like, no, but I did study perspective and environmental art. So here's one of the pieces that I'm selling as a print. It's actually, I don't know if you guys know the video game, the old video game on Blood Rain.
Blood Rain. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just monochromatic with a gold paint around. Like, I was thinking of, because she's like a half vampire, half human. So she's kind of like, and she's basically on a path of vengeance to destroy all vampires because of what they did to her and her family. So I kind of had this idea that this is like an angel, you know, like a saint, but it's broken here. So it's like a broken spiky halo. So she's not perfectly saintly. She's kind of on the dark side, but at the same time, she's, you know, fighting for the good. So that's my own verse of storytelling. And this metal piece that she has sticking out of her head, I don't know what that is, but that's actually part of the design that the character was depicted. It doesn't make sense to me, but, you know, I have to put that in for accuracy. But I do like this ribbon trail around her, you know, trailing around. It actually does a lot of great design aspect. And this, I don't know what these things are called, but I actually studied them back in the Middle Eastern time. They do have similar weapons like this, where it folds in and out and it has like two sides. I don't know how it's possible, but they actually did have these weapons, you know, it did exist. So that's it. And then she always has this pendant around her. So I thought it was pretty significant. So I had it like, you know, hanging on her hand. And yeah, as you can go down, it's like this. It's just black and white, just pencil. But what was really fun doing this piece was, it was also for like I think it sold as an auction piece. And so I didn't really have much time to color it. And I really do enjoy just doing a lot of black and white pencil just for the quick sketch draw feel. But it came out pretty well. So I'm putting it out as a print here in case you guys are interested. So there's one.
Mog, do you work primarily in practical, or do you work in digital?
Because of my commercial work, I work both. But more and more commercially, I do a lot of digital. But my digital art it looks pretty similar to my traditional art. I try to do that. So yeah.
Is there a way to set when you're making digital stuff to make it look as like the approximation of hand drawn?
Yeah, the only way is actually I call it like mixed media, where you I would still draw like this piece. I would still render it and draw it out, and then I would scan this piece in, and then I would color on top of it. Because the thing about digital art that it's one of my pet peeve about digital art is it can do a really well simulation of it, but it can't really exactly duplicate the textural depth that traditional gives. So that's why this is my way of mashing it up. Because by doing this, as you can see, there's a lot of like texture, right? Yes. So, and then I'll scan that in, and then once I color it over, it kind of turns out pretty well, surprisingly. That's kind of a technique I stumbled upon. So I'm continuing that process, but it does. But the good thing is, at the end of the day, I do end up making a physical piece of it. And the part of the thing is, the second part about digital art is, it's just floating in cyberspace. You can put 48 hours, 100 hours, 200 hours into this one gorgeous piece, but still you don't end up having a physical piece. So I don't know, it just gives me that satisfaction owning a physical piece of it too.
It's interesting because I find myself wondering if physical art is going to become worth more and more money as less of it exists. Because I've seen in the market that like original pages from books have doubled and tripled in price recently. I wonder if it's just a new demand or if it's just because people aren't making practical art anymore and people can't own it.
Yeah.
I could definitely see where that could be a problem relates to things. So now I'm looking at this piece here. One thing I noticed too is there is such a variety of the density in the metal, and I really appreciate that effect of being able to make the metal pop in the blading and everything. I think that's really cool. So, Mog, what other stuff do you have? I know I saw something in one of the deals talking about a metal sketch card.
Yeah, there are metal sketch cards that I sold out last time pretty fast because there was only 20 in existence. Mm-hmm. And people like to. I feel just like what Jen said. Owning physically in original art is becoming like a rarity. And I feel like it's kind of coming a comeback because of the rarity factor. And that's one way an artist can support themselves is, selling it for a much higher price. And so when I was offering these metal sketch cards, they're very small, right? So that's why I priced it affordable for everybody. So they get to own a really special metal card, which is not only high in quality, it's pretty heavy. And it's very durable, very heavy, and at the back of it is like nicely printed artwork that I did, and in the front you own an original. And I think I was selling that for about $25. So
one we're seeing right now with the Sentinel on it.
No, this is a print. Sorry. Okay. I can't do this in a format.
Feel like, I was gonna say,
this is an 11 by 17 piece. So
I would love a metal art on that one.
Man,
Salak is about to put something on that Sentinel.
It's just a sketch, the metal sketch cards. But if you want to own an original, this is a really interesting piece. It was given to me by one of my clients, and he obviously loves Psylocke. And it was given to me like, hey, do a Psylocke in Danger Room. That was just the commission. And I wanted to make a, you know, a very, and I started researching all the danger rooms out there. And it's so hard. You don't understand how bloody hard it is to find a really good, you know, just a danger room kind of thing. And I realized, you know what, danger room is basically like anything you want, and just have to put so I compromise with that. And if you think about it, this is really a boring room to went search on New York. I wanted that really urbanscape because I rarely do urbanscape, because for me, I personally find it boring, because urbanscape is basically a repetition of squares. To do it because nobody ever really saw me do an urbanscape. So this is literally, I forgot, like a New York street in 112th Street or something. So I just put the cameras on this side, and then it was a massive perspective shot, like how huge the Sentinel is. And it was really nice to put a Sentinel in as well. It's kind of classic, you know? Because for those who really read comics, you know, the Sentinel and the Danger Room and all that, it's a very classic storyline here. So that was fun. But yeah, and of course, as you can tell, the longest piece that I rendered,
I know it'll catch up in a second, but I'm crushing that Sentinel hand. That Sentinel hand in the foreground, man.
Buildings, of course, came out really well. It really set the atmosphere, in my opinion. So just turning around, she just killed one, and then now she's sorry, this is really jammy. So, and then there's another one, and then as you can see on this side, Storm, Colossus, and Professor X is watching on to see how good she is as an X-Men. So yeah, this was a super fun piece.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks really fun too because of that. I do have a question coming in from Val. I want to just throw that up there and let you know and then ask that question.
Hello?
So Val is asking, first of all, she's got a compliment. She says, "Hey, Mog, superb art. Please advise of the size of your art pieces for sale."
Did somebody say something? Okay.
Well, Val was asking about the size of your art pieces for sale.
All right.
Okay. So did you hear that, Mog?
I think Mog might have a little bit of a glitch.
Okay.
He'll be back.
Val, what you can do is if you head over to cadetscon.com and click on the links about Mog, they will send you'll get sent to her social media, to her Facebook page, where she has all of this stuff up with her prices and things like that.
Is she asking, do I have art pieces, like original?
She just wants to know about size and that kind of thing.
But then also she was asking about how you became an artist on
Oh, okay. So all of the ones I showed so far, they're 11 by 17.
So 11 by 17. Okay.
All right.
Nice and big.
And then how did you become an artist of Game of Thrones?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
11 by 17?
Right. Yeah, I think Robin's in there helping out too with sizes.
Sorry.
Mog, how did you become?
Am I cutting out?
Game of
Yes.
I think I'm cutting out.
You can
Can you hear
refresh
me?
Mog if you want to.
I say if you need to refresh, you go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you.
I can't hear you guys.
Well, we're not saying anything. I thought you were going to refresh.
New art. I see new art up there.
Okay. Ma, can you hear us still?
Oh, she's gonna pop out. Hopefully she just popped.
Okay. Pop back in. Okay. That'll work.
I would love to tell you that I know all of the how she got to go do that because I wanted to know too.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I can kind of tell you, but I'd really rather her tell you since it's her story.
I'm a huge
Here,
She's back.
yeah.
All right, Brian, I see your question. I think the answer to that is that right now, these aren't the sketch cards. These are her 11 by 17 photos that she's got going. So she's showing some of those up. I believe the sketch cards are coming. She's not gotten those up just yet.
All of those photos are available on her Facebook page. The link is at cadetscon.com and the Cadets Con links page. She is refreshing and coming back. The one thing about StreamYard is that it does take a lot of internet connection. So hopefully a quick refresh will get us back to where we need to be with Mog.
All right, she looks like she's coming back in now.
Yeah, I will add her back in. Mog, are we doing better now?
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's fine. It happened.
Okay, so to answer the question, I'm a huge literature junkie. Like, I love consuming any kind of literature, stories, whatever, and even to this day, even every day, I still listen to nonstop like audiobook. That's the only way I can compromise. And before even the show started, I was a huge Game of Thrones fan. Like, I would read that book at least 4 or 5 times nonstop. And so my husband said, instead of you just wasting time reading books, why don't you make it constructive and illustrate, the books that you like? So I immediately said, I love Game of Thrones. Like, I would love to illustrate that. And it's okay, then do like 6 or 9 pieces from the book, because at that time the series didn't exist. So I created some series of art depicting the characters, the key characters of the book, and then what I didn't know was Mel was actually posting these work up because I'm so shy. Like, just typical artist, continuously doubt yourself, like you're not good enough, all that kind of thing. So he's like, hey, just give all that to me, post it up. And then one day I got an email saying, hey, and then after that, the show started. And then around season 1, I got an email from one of the HBO, I forgot what marketing team at the time. They emailed me, hey, we love your work. Can we post your work up on our homepage? And I said, yeah, man, go for it. And then season 2 came. And then one day again, I just suddenly got an email, offer for work, HBO, blah, blah, blah. And I thought it was a joke. So I was going to just throw it away, spam, because it just sounded too good to be true. Like, what's going on? Is somebody me? Because at that time, I did get a couple of emails from other people like, hey, are you interested? Do you want to work for us? Like, we would love to work with you, that kind of thing. And you find out it's like a whole scam. Like, you have to work for free and all that stuff. And this is just a joke. And Mel was cooking in the kitchen back then. I said, hey, Mel, I got this stupid email. You want to check it out? And then before I delete it, and then Mel said, okay. And he read it. He's like, don't delete this. this is for real. But the sad thing was, the email was actually, I read it only I read it about 2 or 3 months late because I rarely check my email at that time. So that was a huge detriment to me because I missed the opportunity. But we emailed it back and said, hey, we would love to work with you. And they're like, okay, let's try to put you in season 3. And then from then on, the rest is history. So it was like random luck, you know, if you think about it. Just like when I dropped that sketchbook to Jimmy J and you picked it up, Jen, and you're like, who is this? It's like that.
And now here I am sitting there thinking like, wait, what sketchbook? I didn't know Mog had sketchbooks. I guess I need to go on cadetscon.com and actually go find the sketchbook.
Yeah, that was my first little sketchbook that's like tiny. It's basically cheap quality, like literally a piece of paper like this, folded in half. It's the size of this. And I made 100 of them, exactly 100, right?
I should have taken them.
Yeah, but the thing is, it didn't do well. So I think I sold maybe at the most, gosh, like 10 or 15, and then the rest I started to use as a giveaway. So that's it. So if you actually have a copy of it, kudos to you, man. My first.
This is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's tough when you're at a convention, right, to stand out because everyone's got, you know, like they already have an agenda when they go. And if you're somebody new, then they don't really, like they have to fit you in their time slot of, you know, looking at artists' work. How do you set up at conventions now? And do you have like a banner and those kinds of things? Have you worked out how to get people to stop?
Yeah, that's all my husband's job. He's actually my manager. Like he's my marketing manager. Like he does everything. Like I don't have the brains for that. I mean, if you want to talk business, please talk to him because I don't have the brains. He can tell you. And he also was just like you, Jen, where he used to own a store, a comic store and everything. So what we do is he always comes up with some, sometimes he's a very planner. Like, I don't know if that's how you work, Jen, like if you plan like 6 months or 1 year ahead, but no.
I am actually Doug the dog, which
Really?
will distract me. That's why I put Kyle in charge of Cadets Con.
Oh, okay. Well, Mel's the kind of type where he loves planning. Like he always lives in the future. So once we finish a display, first it was just a simple banner and a black cloth with my work. He thought, okay, this is good. Let's step up. And so now what he does is he would create on the table, he would put displays where you can from the table and up, like you can see the artwork, kind of like art gallery. Mm-hmm. And because people have a very short attention span, and I would love to grab you and say, hey, you want to see at least 100 pieces of work here? I mean, that's really hard. That's impossible to ask. That's really being dumb about it. But so Mel, it just takes like key artwork that would take interest, like maybe 5 to 10 at the most, and he'll post it like on a nice, very nicely done, not like just wall, like the wall that you always see in the convention. Yeah, not like that. So he's trying to make it as tasteful as possible, so you feel like you're having an experience. And I think that's the key is if you can give a little, like a haven or like an experience kind of feel on your table, and then you yourself as a person is the most marketable tool. Like I have to really learn to talk to people and be very sociable. Like I really self-doubted myself about that, but once I started talking, I couldn't stop. I found, oh yeah, man, it was like, oh, people are nice, you know? So, because you know, you're always scared like people are gonna be mean or reject you, but at the con, everybody is pretty cool. You know, they're all because they're there for an experience. So once I started thinking, just give them a good experience and listen to their story. That's part of I would think that's like 50% of the marketing, like how to sell yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's really true, that personal connection between, like, if I know a creator, I am way more likely to continue to supporting their work than it's like, you know, they are a name that I know. It's totally different for me. It becomes a very emotional thing when I actually know physically a creator.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, my dream was like, I wanted to just show my work and never talk to people, right? But you find out that's impossible. And actually, that's bad for you. You know, like, I realized the more I talk to people, the more I learn. And I really find out that, you know, people aren't so bad. They're, you know, you can enjoy their company. And I made more friends. Like, I only had like a handful of friends, like 3 or 4, until I started the convention. And now I have like tons of friends. And I don't know, that fulfills me. I think that's my like demon, you know, like where you can't socialize. Like people like, oh, you know, like weird stigmatism in your mind, like you have that, but doing the con and actually talking, and even just you right now, like Will and Jen, you guys, like it's, I don't know, I feel like I'm in a better place.
Have you ever had a mind-blowing moment where you were like talking to someone at your booth and then you realize the person you're talking to is very famous?
Yeah. I would say about 2 to 3. One was this girl, like with crazy braided hair, like beautiful hair, red, yellow, like gold, blonde, like black, everything, and totally braided all the way down. And then she had these things at the end where it clicks and clang, you know, when you move your head. And she's very colorful, right? And she comes in and says, oh, I love this, you know, blah, blah. And you talk to her, and then you find out you're both geeks and you love reading books. And then you find out, oh, by the way, I'm a professional wrestler, and all her team crew suddenly comes out of nowhere and say, I want to do an interview with you because you're so cool. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? And that was actually, her name is Ember. And I don't know if you guys know.
Moon.
Yeah.
Ember Moon from WWE. She's in, she was in NXT for a while, and then she's in the WWE roster.
Yeah. Oh man, that was like, what's going on? And another one was, I was in Long Beach, and I was just talking to this guy, and he's like me, he's just like a nerd. We're just like, yeah, Game of Thrones, and then I'm like, hey, we work together, man. Like, what? He was actually directly the guy who would start editing my work. So.
Oh, wow.
I see that all the time where you'll see panels like at Comic-Con or other conventions where, you know, it's clear that these people work together, right? They're working on the exact same book, but they'll say when they sit down, they're like, hi, how you doing? It's the first time they've met each other. They do the same work, but they're, you know, all over the country, and they just get, you know, like, there's the pencils, inker, here's the final, do the they don't meet each other. You just think they're all in the same room working on this project, but that's not the way it goes.
Right.
I get so many questions, Jen. Like, people ask me, did you meet the actors? Did you meet the directors? Did you meet blah, blah? But the thing is, the only thing I get is I work with the producers and some of the art directors, and I forgot half their names, but you just email it. That's all. You just email, and that's it. Like, I never personally met them. Sure, I later on have the actors voice their script over my art. You know, that's great. But I personally never met them. So, yeah.
That's okay. The actors aren't going to pay you anything, and the producers are.
Because they have their own thing. They have their own schedule, their time. They have a script they have to act out. You know, it's like, man, yeah.
Yeah, so that's really awesome. That's really cool and incredible. Mog, I know myself, as I've been in some of your live streams, I've been in some of your painting things and different things like that. One of the coolest things that happened the other day was, I remember when I submitted my piece for the little art sale we were doing, And you came back really quick, and you were just like, you know, yeah, man, this is really good. And I'm sitting there going, really? You know? And it's one thing, and I think Miss Jan will attest to this too. Thing when you feel like you're good at something, but it's another thing when somebody else believes in you enough to say, "Hey, you're good at this." But it really spurs you on. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because that really helped push me along in some things.
Yeah, you try to see the positive in everybody's art. That's it. Like criticism is good, but I realized the hard way, you only give them criticism if they ask for it.
Right.
So if somebody specifically asks for me, could you give me full-on criticism? Like, I mean, not like bad, but constructive criticism. Then I'll give it to you. But I notice if you give to people who don't ask for it, it's very insulting. So
yeah.
The best thing is always encouragement. Positive energy always helps, you know. But yeah. Anyway,
so I think some people were asking to see some of your sketch cards if they were available, and then I know Mal was asking if you had an art book of any kind for sale, because she said she just didn't have a wall space to hang up 11 by 17 pieces of art.
No, unfortunately, I've been requested to make those books, and by popular demand now, I think Mel, my business manager, he's finally thinking of creating a book. So you have to wait, guys. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah, so this is the Game of Thrones piece, of course. You got Sandor Clegane, you got Arya, and you got and Sandor Clegane is, you know, holding his brother, the Gregor, the mountain here, and then and then Arya is holding the Cersei. And it says Valar Morghulis says, and all men must die, and then it actually goes around and it would say, and all men must serve. So this was a really fun piece to do. Another black and white with just a hint of color. Yeah. And then this is something like, I'm sorry.
Oh, so that's so cool. It's Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah. So I actually was offering at the time something on a throne, like a little 7x10 comic cover size. So I would draw the throne, and then you put your favorite characters on it. You know, and then this one person asked me to do Lilo and Stitch with the 3 dragons, sipping a margarita, and that was fun. I don't know. There's something cute like this is also fun to do. You know, it's not my usual style though. And then this is a game art that I designed for one of their characters. It's the goddess Pele. This scene is interesting because while I was studying about volcanoes, I didn't know that on the top of the volcanoes, because of all the magnetic energy that's pulses around because caused by the heat. So it actually attracts a lot of lightning and storms. So I added these streaks of lightnings here. And she basically, Pele is like this hula, goddess of fire, destruction, and all that. So, you know, and then you see the mountain, you know, erupting, and then from her, like the magma, the lava, and all of that, you know, just coming out. This was a fun piece. So this is a digital art. Jen, you were asking me, like, this is digital, but
never guessed. That looks so fun.
I can see, yeah, because that looks like you painted it, but I can see certain things in it that showed me it was digital, but still, I can definitely see that as something that would be like an acrylic or an oil painting even.
Yeah, that's what I try to do. Again, this is actually, I do own the original of the pencil, so if you guys are interested in owning the original of the pencil of this, please DM me. But this is, I would actually draw, you know, everything full on, and you can see some textures here, and then on top of that I'll start painting it. So that's one way on how to, you know, kind of have that original look through digital. So there you go.
It's an amazing ability to have things look like the heat is coming from inside. Like how you do that is just so masterful.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually did have super fun with the cracks, you know, because she is a very scary goddess. You know, not many people know this, but she's goddess of destruction. You know, she's very, very powerful. You don't want to piss her off. So Yeah.
Is that print available in the links that we have on the cadetscon.com page?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
And then this is now just a traditional watercolor. I do a lot of samurai version of characters a lot. And this one is from the Turtles April.
April O'Neil. Okay.
Yeah, she's wearing yellow. And then this is the rat. And then these are the turtles. There's a turtle motif here, a turtle motif there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and then she fights for peace. So this is the so there you go. One, two, three.
I don't think she needs the turtles. I'm pretty sure she can handle most threats by herself.
Yeah, you're right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're right. She, they actually redid her character a lot because when I was studying about her, she's more of a now like a ninja.
Yeah.
She's more independent. She's just a badass female character.
Does she hang out with Jenica now? Are they putting those together as kind of a team?
I'm not sure. Like I don't know much about it. Maybe Will can answer that.
I know she's kind of paired up with Jenica, but Jenica, as far as with the only way I'm really keeping up with is the trades I'm getting from you. So the last thing I saw with Jenica is that she's kind of pushing the world away still. She hasn't really fully embraced the team. I know April tries to reach out to her, but she's still kind of like, I don't know that I can. This is my new normal for me. I don't know how I feel about it yet.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. People love the samurai versions of a lot of things. So I get to be asked a lot to do a lot of samurai version of different characters. So this is Ashoka versus Darth Maul in this epic Japanese feudal Japan era. And if you look closely, I mean, you can see that here's drones. This is Ashoka getting just ready to pounce on him, and he's in his ready stance. They're both different characters, both different personalities, So hers is more like agile and full of action, and this one is more steady and masculine and more. He's also ready in his own way, and she's ready in her own way. So I like the juxtaposition of the poses, and it was fun to do. Again, just black and white pieces, adding a hint of color. Of course, she represents the good, so she's calm and blue, and he represents kind of the bad, which is more chaotic and emotional, and just the red, the angry thing with his dark side, the red lightsabers here. These are some of his wounds. And at the back here is actually his I forgot the name of this, but it's the Empire's sign that he goes for. And it was kind of hard. It was also fun to make it into more of a Japanese motif sigil, So there you go.
You can see in the motion there, my imagination is that he allows her to get within being able to smell his breath before he lights that saber and blocks her.
Yes, exactly. It's a very tension point. Like it's that calm before the storm, before everything goes wrong. Yeah. I wanted to give that motion. Like I think the best way to show the motion was these strings of ribbons. Sometimes in architecturally, like when I study this Asian architecture, they actually decorate their temples with all these streamers, and I really like that, So I use that as a storytelling element for the motion. So there you go. And then again, this is another samurai version of Green Lantern.
Oh wow!
I imagined him to be more like kind of like a general, where he scouts things. So he has a falcon, and I actually had this pose for him to hold his Green Lantern, and in this setting, it just looked cheesy. Like it didn't make any sense. It just didn't look as great. So I thought instead of him holding the Green Lantern, everybody knows he's going to be the Green Lantern by me showing the Green Lantern symbol right here. Why don't I have an actual natural, in this feudal Japan setting, a falcon? I mean, that's bad, right? And also these hawks and these falcons symbolizes hierarchy, some prestige. So that was good. And then you see this little bow and arrow at the end that he constructed out of his power. I thought that was more tastefully done than just him holding a Green Lantern, because he can still be powerful.
He's got that war banner back.
Yeah, with the banners at the back. Yeah, you got that. And then now this is again him versus like Kylo Ren here, samurai. The design of this, I really like this design. So later on, I was asked to do another samurai version of Kyle. I can't show it here, but the other version is more refined and more beautiful. Like that piece, I'm very proud of. Like I really enjoyed working on the different metals. Hopefully, if you guys ever want to see it, please DM me. I can like repost that piece, and you guys can see the work that I did after this. But still, I really like the idea that he's kind of this rebel ninja samurai look, and I like the scorpion look here, the black scorpion and the black lotus. Showing that he's representing the dark side. I don't know. It has a really nice. It has potential to have a nice design. I don't know, storytelling character. So that's why I think I ended up repainting this again. So
where do you find all your research on like feudal Japan, like armor designs and things?
I would just do Pinterest and Google. And that's a very good question, because I would have to say 60% of my work is research, and it always takes so much time to research, information after information. And Pinterest was a very great resource. Also Google, but when you research about these things, it's so fascinating because you get to learn all these facts that you never noticed. Like, for example, the thing about Japanese armor versus a Western armor, plated armor, the plated armor would go, the top is here, and then the bottom is here. It goes over this, right? That's how plated armor works. But with Japanese armor, they go the opposite. Instead of this, the underside goes on top.
Oh.
So I don't understand why they did that, but I thought that was a really interesting way they use their armor. So small, weird facts like that, comes out, and it's just so fascinating.
I'm a little bit of history nerd also, and the idea that they had paper armor that worked just as well as any metal just blows my mind.
What? It was made of paper? Wow. I think it's the resin. I think it's the type of lacquer and the resin that they use that it becomes very, I think, strong.
Yep.
Yeah, it's almost like their olden version of a plastic, like the durable, like plexiglass that's bulletproof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. This is really breathtaking. I keep imagining a General Grievous, but as a samurai, with the arms all spread out, the multiple arms all spread out somehow or another. But he's like inside of his suit working puppetry in order to like make the arms work with the swords.
Okay, that sounds cool, man.
Almost like a puppet master inside of the armor.
Yeah. Actually, you're right. I never did a General Grievous. But that sounds amazing. So this is right after I saw The Mandalorian.
Oh, Baby Yoda.
Yeah. Remember the first episode? He asked the prisoner, do you want to go warm or you want to go cold? And remember the prisoner was messing around, and so he cryogenically, like he froze him. And he just walked away by saying cold it is. So in this one, I put, Baby Yoda, and he just like, this is a story where he warned him several times not to touch anything, and he's like, okay, never mind. Yeah, this is a fun piece. This is like the one piece like Mel was talking about, how the moment I posted it up, it sold within an hour. So the original. So I'm offering this as a print now.
Yeah, it's the eyes, man. I'm telling you, people, you gotta get that adorableness of the eyes, man, because that draws you into the rest of the picture, and you definitely captured that the cuteness of the eyes that he has.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's one more piece that I actually did create for this Saturday show. Actually, maybe two more. I don't know where it is. It's an original. So this is for Saturday. It's a Hellcat.
Oh wow! Okay.
This is my quick underlying. So the way I work is I actually render a lot with pencil, and then after the rendering is done, I will start laying on the colors, and then I'll start working on the shade. So this is more of a in between. So I am selling this for a special price for discounted con price for Hellcat. And if you ever want me to finally finish it, DM me and then we can negotiate the price from that. But yeah, so there's one here. And then the other one is right here. So Captain America on the throne.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
Oh my, yes you are, Jen.
Yeah, I know how you like Captain America, Jen, so I was thinking of you. So this is actually a special, I'm giving a discount price that I'm selling for. Anybody interested is going for $150. Usually my colored sketch covers go 200 and up. So this is a very good price that you guys are getting. So as you guys, sorry? So as you guys can see, like the way I work is from here. You think like, oh, it's kind of flat. Yeah, it looks, the design elements there. But from here, I build it up to this level here. So it was super fun because this is my actual first Captain America I ever did. No, second Captain America. I did one Captain America before, but this is a traditional Captain America. That classic American look with the rugged. I like the rugged, look here, the eye, blue eyes. And then you rendered it here with the his shield. It was fun, like actually doing this with a reflective shield and some reflective lights here and there. And I was kind of imagining where the light is hitting the sun. There's a huge, strong sunlight hitting right here. Here is obliterating the information right here because the light is so strong. And then you can see the rim lights over here. But yeah, this was absolutely fun to do. I just wanted to show that Captain America. It's kind of cool. Captain America is an awesome character because if you think about it, of all the superheroes, this guy is the one superhero that very represents American stuff. He's a true, you can say this is like a patriotic dude here. Because not all the other superheroes we know, that I know of, is, they work universally, but this guy is just a good classic American hero right here, like that represents America. And I thought, that's awesome. He does definitely have that military look, I don't know, I just had super fun with this.
Yeah, I've always loved Cap because he may not always be on the what people would call the good guy side, but he's always doing what he thinks is right.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. Did you like the movie version of Captain America?
Very much. I think they portrayed that very well. I mean, when he ends up being against the government during the Sokovia Accords, you understand why he's doing what he's doing, even though it's odds with America.
Right.
Yes. He's really always thinking about everybody else, but when it comes down to it, he will go by his own. He's a fascinating character. He will go by his own morals, what he feels right. And even though he can become the enemy of the world or even his own country, it wouldn't matter because his personal values is just as important. Kind of reminds me of like Batman, but more of a better Batman with no anger issues.
I mean, there was that one time that Captain America in the 90s when he fell into that one place and he accidentally got involved. He accidentally bashed into some stuff and he was tripping for a long time. to the point where they had to remove his super serum out of his body in order to get everything out of his system. And so he wasn't sure if he would be able to keep his powers. But he still, like, at the end of the day, was going to be like, well, I'll still be Captain America. I just won't have the special stuff in me, but I'll still be Captain America. Like, this is who I am. And so then eventually they figured out a way to separate the chemicals that were bad versus everything else in his blood, and were able to put it back in him so that he could still have access to his strength and everything.
I think Will, he's an extreme pacifist, like in a heroic way. He reminds me of this actual real character that I saw a movie version of. It's about this soldier who I think was studied. Oh gosh, it was in the World War II era or something. And he, of course, everybody's drafted, but he volunteered, because he wanted to save people. That was his thing, was to save people, right? And when he went in, the thing is, basic training, you have to know how to work a gun. And he was one of the top, like, he performed so well, but when it came to the gun, he refused. He's like, I will not touch that thing, ever. And he was getting beaten. His leaders were just like totally trashing him, all that, right? And so he still hung on. They even threatened him, like, you're gonna have to just get out. They told him to just get out, but he didn't. He wanted to go. He got into the middle of the war, and then when everybody, I think this is when all hell's gone, like all hell's broken, and nobody. And then there's all these people in this cliff. There's like a cliff here, right? And on top is where all the military, the Germans are killing all the Americans here, and on the bottom of the cliff is the ship where the Americans are waiting. So when they thought this was a lost cause, the Americans, the Navy guys are like, let's go. But this guy, he climbed up the freaking cliff, and he one by one just dragged every, Americans he could grab. I think he ended up dragging like 28 people. Up and down, like nobody, he just did it.
And not only that, he picked up Americans and the enemy, anyone that was injured. He took them to the bottom of the cliff.
Yes. It was an incredible, moving piece of history. Like, and that I feel like is Captain America. Like, he'll just do what is right for him. He'll go against the law, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. But when it comes to the real thing, when you really need somebody, he'll just do it. And he wouldn't even ask for a reward or anything, That's how I think Captain America is. As well as this soldier. This guy is amazing. I forgot the title, but man, that was such a moving movie.
It is Hacksaw Ridge.
Oh, you saw it?
Yes, I love that.
Yeah. I think he got the Purple Heart, blah, blah, but he didn't care, right? He was like, yeah.
One of those movies you just sit there and cry.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I was crying, like, oh my God. Nobody believed in him. And even I didn't like him in the middle. I was like, man, why are you so stubborn? Like, just pick up the gun. But no, he wouldn't.
Yeah, well, we're in the process of wrapping things up, so we just want to, again, point people to cadetscon.com. Let them know where you can grab those specials that Mog has. Believe me when I tell you, seeing her art, like, it's so much better than what you can imagine with the screens. The screens are not doing it justice. And so, get in on that. If Miss Jen doesn't buy that Captain America cover, it'll be available to you as well.
It's a one-day special.
like what we're saying, everything's available at cadetscon.com. There's a link there to Mog's Facebook page where she has a lot of this stuff shared out, as well as a link to her art page as well. So you could check that out. There's a ton of stuff on there that you didn't even get to see. It's just, you could spend 2 hours scrolling through it and staring at things. So please take advantage of that. Thank you for being here, Mog. Shout out to Mel. I know he's right there and he can hear me. So shout out to Mel.
You're awesome, Mel.
For helping us out with this as well and being the man.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jen.
Yes,
thank you, Jen. Like, when I first was interviewing with Will said, "Oh, I just got by Jen. Like, that's why I got referred by Jen, and I was like, in my head, there's at least 2 other Jens I know. It's like, oh, it's that girl, but it wasn't you. And then only 3 or 4 days ago, I finally pieced it together. I'm like, oh my God, it was a different Jen. I'm so sorry. But thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I feel Kyle, Will, Jen, I feel so blessed to have met you. I hope that we can continue this awesome relationship, man.
I'm thankful for the providence that brought us together.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for being here.
All right,
Pleasure,
guys.
Mog.
All right, guys,
Take
everybody
care.
out there watching, stay tuned. In just about 1 minute, we'll be back with Frank Gogol and Travis McIntire from Source Point Press to talk about no heroin and everything going on at Source Point Press. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just about a minute. Welcome back in here to Cadets Con 2020 live online. He was just here for a minute, then he went away.
Come
What's he
on.
doing? You're giving me a heart attack, buddy. But we're going to be talking to this hour. There, he's back. Gave me a heart attack for a second. He dropped it, but he's back. We're visiting with Frank Gogol and is hopefully joining us if you can figure out how to click the button on his Travis McIntire from Source Point Press. Frank, what's up, bud?
Hey guys, how's it going?
All right.
Hopefully joining us if you can figure out how to click the button on his. Oh, we got a weird echo. From Source Point Press. Frank, what's up, bud?
Hey guys, how's it going?
All right.
Hopefully joining us if you can figure out how to
I hear
click the
so
button on
much
his.
feedback.
Oh, we got a weird echo from Source Point
What is
Press.
going on?
What's up, bud? Is that your speaker, Frank?
Shouldn't be.
My fault.
Ah.
Oh, okay. I'm like, where is the sound coming from?
I was trying to share it.
I thought it was Travis. Travis messed everything up.
You know what? He's not here. Let's blame Travis. Travis's fault.
Okay. So, by the way, Frank, fun fact real quick before we get started. I already got Miss Jen to give me my copy of Grief that's coming out the shop. So,
Oh, well, thank you. I hope you like it.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to.
I hope so. I hate letting people down. Except Travis. Except Travis.
Except for Travis, who's well, he's not here, so we can make fun of him. He's letting us down. Hey,
No.
he messages me last night.
I'm guessing.
I'm guessing something probably came up. He's probably putting out a fire or asleep or right, eating. But no, it's cool. So Frank, you are in the middle of a hot streak, my friend, that we need to talk about right off the top. No Heroin #1 sells out everywhere. No Heroin #2 or #1 second printing is a massive undertaking, massive success. In fact, when I tried to order it, we had crashed Cornerbox's website. And then No Heroin #2 sells out at the publisher level 2 weeks before it comes out. Yeah, are you trying not to smile? Go ahead, let it come out, bro.
I mean, I'm waiting for the question.
No, what does that feel like? That's gotta be next level kind of excitement from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. It reminds me of Dead End Kids last year, but less scary. because I'm a little more acclimated to talking to people who want stuff from me, which is a good thing. That sounds bad, but it's a good thing. No, it's been great. It's awesome. I'm glad people like the book. I'm glad it's going to get into more people's hands. And I'm excited to see what people think of number 2 when it comes out at the end of the month.
I can tell you what I think of number 2. It's amazing. It's just as good as number 1, and I'm just as excited. So, but let's go back a little bit. We talked about Grief. You're re-releasing Grief. Grief was kind of your first foray into being a comic book writer, right?
Yeah.
And so how does that feel to all these years later? But years later, come back and you're in demand, and people are like, "Hey, can you reprint that thing that?" And you've told me that you weren't in love with your writing on that book. So, how does it feel to be in that high demand that you're going back and pulling your back catalog out and putting a new printing into the world?
Also very good. I do not like as much the writing on Grief. It's 4 years old at this point. It's the first 10 things I ever wrote, so it feels dated. And I look back at it and I kind of see the cracks in the armor, like all the things I could have done better. But at the same time, I love that book. It's what got me started. It's what got me in the door at Source Point. It's what got me my first fans. So we wouldn't be talking right now if that book didn't happen. So that's definitely like a bittersweet feeling. But I'm glad that all these years later, people are still hungry for it and want to see more of it. I get probably once a week, I get asked to if I'm going to do a second one. And the answer is maybe.
The answer is maybe. What? I don't even know how to ask my follow-up question because I'm trying to process that answer. What would a second volume of Grief look like from you? What would you love to do if you could do a second volume?
Some of those characters I really love. I'd love to see what happened to a few of them. There's some new stories that I would like to tell that are just primed for a short story rather than like a mini series or a one shot. And then what I like about the short story format is I get to experiment and for a lot less money. Making comics costs a ton of money. So if you do it on a 5 or 10 page short story, it's a lot cheaper of an experiment to get wrong than to invest in a whole miniseries and find out that what you thought was a cool idea was not. But I don't know. I like the idea of I like short stories. I think that they're kind of fun and unique, and we don't see enough of them in comics. And I feel like I've got a pretty good grasp on doing them, so I'd love to do more.
I'm Travis is texting me. So he'll be here in just a second. Well, no, it's apparently I'm still on Newfoundland time. And I told him Newfoundland time. So he's not ready. He's not quite ready yet. But he'll be here in just a second.
Yet?
We're gonna get Kyle a T-shirt that just says Newfoundland time on it.
I love Newfoundland, by the way. If you ever get a chance to go, it's beautiful. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's at St. John's is absolutely gorgeous. You'd love it. It's like Ireland except in Canada.
Okay.
There he is.
I think Travis is on his way in.
There he is.
Hello.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry for messing it up, Travis. Like I said, I'm apparently on Newfoundland time.
That's all right. No problem. He's hanging out on the anyway.
We were just talking about No Heroine and the second printing of Grief, the new printing of Grief, and all of that. And so this is a good time now that you're both here. Tell people where they can go and buy the stuff.
From Travis.
Right now, the only way you're going to be able to go buy it is to go to any of the stores that have it, because we don't have any more. Diamond doesn't have any more, so they're just sitting on store shelves. Yeah.
What just happened? Oh yeah, Miss Jen just so happens pointing at is that 1 and 2?
Yeah.
No heroin. right there on the shelf next to her.
Space Cadets editions, I believe.
You want to talk about synergy?
Ever made.
With some stained glass windows. Can we get some close-ups of those?
So many thanks to Frank about this, because he's the one that hooked me up with the amazing artists that did these. Colm. That's one. This one makes me so crazy. That's two. These have been in the wild at my shop for 3 weeks or so. Selling briskly.
That's good.
So for all the other source pointy goodness, though, you head over to sourcepoint.press.
Yep.
Right.
SourcePointPress.com. OxeyeMedia.com will ultimately get you to our store because we also do the games and all that stuff. But right now, no heroin. The only place is store shelves and Grief, the second printing. That's not actually in yet, but that comes out end of September, I think.
I was going to say September, I think. Yeah.
So
if you head over to cadetscon.com and click on Cadets Con links, scroll down about an inch, and there's the Source Point logo real big in the middle of the page. Click on that, and it'll take you right to the Source Point website.
Yep, perfect.
So we've been talking about the success Frank has been having, but Source Point's been on kind of a big roll as well. I mean, and Oxeye Media has had kind of a huge year as well. So, Travis, what can you tell us about all of that? Like,
I mean, we were very, very fortunate this year that a few things broke our way in a year where a lot of things were going very strangely. As almost everyone knows, and Jen knows better than almost everyone else, this is a non-typical year for the comic book and what I would call the culture industry. So what happened with us is, our year started off very normally, where our cash flow is about 95% dependent on conventions and traditional distribution. And then at the beginning of March, us and everyone else started losing those two things. What ended up being our saving grace is that we own our own warehouse, and it was packed full of products. So we had games, comics, books, everything else. And so we kind of pivoted really hard into online sales and, doing Facebook events and all sorts of things like that. And we were able to kind of get through by being creative and trying to find ways to put our product in people's hands in a non-traditional way. So, having access to our own stuff and having the ability to ship at a relatively large scale was kind of key to the whole thing. We were fortunate that we were set up to do that. But now things are starting to bubble off a little bit. Distribution is getting back on its feet in a way. So it's interesting, and I don't see conventions coming back in the way that they were for a little while yet. So it's going to continue to be pretty interesting. And of course, now you have a lot of big changes and comic book distribution, and then on the game side of things, games have always been a lot crazier distribution-wise because in comics we're always kind of one company. In games, there's 6 major distributors that you deal with. But there's been upheaval there too, so it's a pretty interesting time, and we've been really fortunate that we've made a decision last year, like we want to control as much of our own product as possible, and because of that, we ended up kind of being able to weather the storm. But yeah, it's been. I mean, Jen knows all this. I mean, you know very well how creative people have had to get to keep moving products.
It's so interesting. I would have never believed if you told me in February when we were at Comics Pro that everything we knew about the industry would be different in March and April. I wouldn't have been able to wrap my mind around it. I knew I was preparing for normal change in the industry, but who knew that Comics Pro was going to be so important this year?
Good. I mean, it felt like it was going to be it felt like, ooh, this is going to be, we went to Comics Pro and then we had C2E2. And the same weekend we had C2E2, we had PAX East, which is a huge gaming convention. So I had part of my team is C2E2. And we'd just gotten back from Comics Pro in Portland, and it felt like there was going to be big changes, right? That something's going to crack up. Diamond's talking about this and that. There's all this different stuff happening. There was the Dan Didio drama and all that happened. And then we have this huge weekend of conventions, and everything seems to be, like, okay, cool. This is going to be business as usual, and we're going to see how this distribution stuff shakes out, and the whole thing went sideways. It's been a nutty year, and we've been very, very fortunate to come out of it.
Well, and John just brought it up, and it's a little bit almost wrong, John, but Free Comic Book Week. That was you guys back when everybody else was like, what do we do for Free Comic Book Day? You were just like, here, we're going to do a whole week.
Yeah, Free Comic Book Day is an interesting thing. So for us, when we look at Free Comic Book Day, what I like about Free Comic Book Day is, and Jen might have a different opinion on this because she's on the retailer side, which is a different kind of thing. So Free Comic Book Day, a lot of retailers will tell you, like, oh, it's our biggest day of the year in terms of footprint in the store, right? Of people walking in and out, but they, sometimes you hear different complaints about, like, well, a lot of those people don't turn into long-term buyers. They don't this, they don't that. The way I look at Free Comic Book Day is it's an opportunity for us to take the core buyer, the core customer, your Wednesday Warrior people, and expand that audience a little bit, right? So, and for me, it's not just about sourcing; it's about every smaller publisher. Like, you can get in on that in any way, and you absolutely have to. It's an opportunity to get a reader who isn't already devoting part of their entertainment budget to something else. Like, it all kind of ties into this idea of, like, if I'm trying to make books that are designed to convince one of Jen's customers to be like, hey, are you a Batman customer? Well, don't buy that anymore. Buy this, right? Like, from Jen's perspective, she loses money on that deal, right? She's got to buy the Batman anyway, Like, that's the net zero trade. Like, all right, I got this customer, now they're going to buy this thing instead of the thing they're already buying. And all you've done is made my life a little bit more difficult because now I got to buy other stuff. So, like, what I try to focus on, what we try to focus on marketing, new bodies coming into a store, new people and new customers. And Free Comic Day is is the single biggest thing where the whole industry is focused on, can we get new readers to come into the hobby and new people to check this out? So for us, we really did not want to completely sacrifice that for the year and not have it at all. So we ended up doing a thing where we took some of our back stock and we took some new stuff and we printed some extra of some different issues, and we just basically had you come to the website and be completely free, and it was every day for 7 days, new stuff.
Yeah.
And then at the end of it, it compiled everything, and then we put together shipments. And we were thinking, like, well, we'll move 3,000 units probably, and we did that by like day 3, and we ended up doing almost 7,500 books in total through the Free Comic Book Week thing. So it worked out really, really well. Some of the takeaways from that, we saw 13% of the people who came and got a free comic book bought a game. So they crossed out of the comic book world on our web store and bought a product from one of our other product lines. A little over 20% of the people bought some of the thing. So of all the people who came and picked up a free comic, about 1 in 5 purchased something with the comic. And then of that total, 13 of those people like explored enough to find a game. So we were actually seeing like a measurable crossover with customers, which I think is really, really valuable. So, of course, ever since it ended, we were like, that was wildly successful. And so we've just been thinking about, like, okay, what can we do next year to make it bigger and more and, more of a big deal. But at the end of the day, it's about trying to find a new, bring in a new fan. Not that I'm against anyone who's already buying a comic to read one of ours instead. Definitely not against it. But, I want to I want to grow the market. You know, I want there to be, instead of 1.4 million buyers on Wednesdays, I want there to be 2.4 million buyers on Wednesdays.
That would be amazing. And I wanted to ask about Deepwater Games. A big part of Cadets Con has always been the gaming side of it, and we'll get back to the comics here in a minute because that's the passion for most of us. But Deepwater Games has had a pretty big year, and you got some help from an unexpected source. Tell us about Welcome To.
Welcome To was a game. It's what's called a roll and write. It's really, we call it a flip and fill. So a roll and write is like Yahtzee, right? You kind of play it in your own little garden, and you have your own little play sheet, and you roll the dice, and you make choices, and you fill out a card. So it's a type of gameplay. Welcome To is a flip and fill in that you have a game is a neighborhood in 1950s America, and 3 different cards get flipped, and each one of those cards has different rules, interacts with each other in different ways, and you make choices on how to build your neighborhood and make it 4 points basically. The game released December of 2018 for the first time, and really kind of blew us away. We had no, we did not realize it was going to be what it became. It turned into a really big deal really fast. Like it sold like 10,000 units of like in the first 48 hours. So, you know, we ended up going back to print. We had a Kickstarter for it. We did a ton of expansions that have all sold out and gone into second and third printing. It has really buoyed things. So this year, the sequel to it, Welcome To New Las Vegas release, which is it's a slightly different. You're kind of building a strip on the casino, and it's a little more complicated. It's a little bit more gamery than Welcome To is. Welcome To is a little bit more friendly to a new gamer or a younger player. Welcome To New Las Vegas, a little bit more gamery, I would say. It's a little heavier would be the term that they would use in gaming. They measure everything by weight. But it's done very, very well. We actually just had a game at show called Floor Plan. Just sort of our follow-up to that style of play, where you are an architect and you're building a house, and you have different clients, and they have different demands, so you kind of have to build the house in certain ways for points. And that released, I think, last week, and it's been doing really, really well. There's a ton of reviews on that, so definitely, if people get a chance, go check it out.
But Welcome To really, I think, got bolstered by the pandemic. It's a game that you can play through the app and online really easily, so you can play it with people that you weren't with.
It was in terms of the pandemic. Welcome To was a huge deal because you can play it. You can play it completely remotely all the time, and you can play it with a ton of people all at once. And so as people started to kind of get to the point where they were like, well, we can't hang out with people in person, Welcome To is a very easy way for everyone to get on a Zoom call or Google Hangout or whatever and play a game together, which is perfect for me because now they're all buying their own copy of Welcome To.
Right. There's even video out there. Daniel Radcliffe was way into this game for a minute.
Yeah, we actually made it's funny. So Daniel Radcliffe, he mentioned it in the New York Times. His favorite game was this nerdy little game called Welcome To, and that became kind of a big deal. Got a ton of attention, a huge spike in sales, and all that. And so we reached out to him, and we ended up designing a small little set of cards that are their neighborhood cards, and the addresses, they're 9 3/4 and all that kind of stuff. They have owls on them. So we have, and there are 2 copies. We have 1 copy, and Daniel Radcliffe has 1 copy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. He was very cool.
When you have a year like you're having that has been so odd, and then you get to things are starting to get back to normal, and a book like No Heroine catches fire. What does that do for the planning, and how do you adjust from a publisher and publication standpoint to keep up?
Well, I mean, so I'm just going to be really blunt about the whole thing. So where No Heroine is at right now it's been awesome. It's been great. I'm really glad the book has done so well. It's a good book. Frank did a great job marketing it. Everything went well. But it has been, it's almost like a pain point because, we were getting no distribution basically from the last PO we got, which would have been February, all the way through July, right, which is right now. So, but we were still printing every month because we were doing so well with our online sales, and we wanted to maintain our relationship with our printers. So we were still printing every month. So when No Heroine 1 came out, we stuck to our solicitation schedule, and we were blind printing everything with no real idea other than like our experience of what a thing would sell. So with No Heroine number 1, we knew like, okay, this book is cool. Frank's last series did very well. What do we think this will move? So we blind printed 5,000 units of the first print run. And then of course, in the end of say around June, mid-June, we started getting partial POs and all that from the intervening months, right? We started getting stuff from Diamond. And the very first PO that we got from Diamond was essentially wiped out the entire first print run of what No Heroine was. So, if this hadn't, I mean, I'm not really too interested in speculating because it is what it is, but I do wonder if we would have been able to do it in a more traditional way where you kind of get your PO, you know what you need to print, and then you overprint that percentage, assuming you're going to get extra buys, where it would have ended up. On the other hand, I also think that the fact that there was only 5,000 units and we were very public about how there was only 5,000 units actually helped drive demand and make it so that like, oh, well, now everybody wants one and they're gone. No one can hold something. And then it's an awesome thing to happen, but it was kind of surrounded by a series of circumstances that made it difficult, which is just what it is.
Travis,
you can comment on that. He was a part of all those conversations.
is it following the same track that Dead End Kids did, where the prints got bigger?
No, not really. I mean, we did the second prints. We did a little bit smaller, but that sold out too. I don't think we'll do a third print on it unless there ends up being, even more demand. But or those issues like issue 1 to issue 2 to issue 3.
Right.
Issue 2. It's done very, very well. Issue 2, the first print completely sold out. We're getting ready to announce a second print of that. There'll be a new cover. And issue 3, we just got the PO for a couple days ago. And I don't know what we went to print for on that, but it's going to be close. It's going to be really close. So the book has done really, really well. We can speculate that if this whole thing hadn't happened, would the book have done even better? I don't know, but I'm happy with how it did. I think Frank's happy with how it did. We were able to do a lot of variants and a lot of exclusives, and most people have done very, very well with them. So it's been pretty solid, and I suspect that when we do the collected edition, it'll do well, and we'll probably pick up readers because that's kind of what happened with Dead End Kids is that you ended up getting all the people who were like, oh yeah, I saw that collectors were talking about it. It was on an app, or I saw those books for $15 in a store. They'll buy the trade for $10, and they'll pick up a reader, which long term is what we all want.
I just want to real quick shout out. We're back on the Comic Book Shopping Network now. If you're coming to us from the Comic Book Shopping Network, please go to StreamYard.com/Facebook and enable us to see your name and your image. That way we can put you up on screen. Otherwise, you wind up looking like Dirk Manning, who's saying hello, but we don't know it's Dirk unless I open this page. And it's better. It's better that way. Let's be honest. If we don't know who it is. But so, Frank, there are a couple questions. I know Will had a couple questions that he wanted to ask. One of them was, and I'll just ask it for him, if you could continue the story of any other source point Press character, who would you pick up?
This is Frank.
That's an easy one. I would do Franklin and Ghost, so that way the book could finally be good.
Oh wow!
Oh wow, no.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to Garrett, who's on vacation with his family, or otherwise.
I wasn't trying to get shots fired.
Oh god!
Nothing's gonna happen.
I don't know.
So we have
I'd probably take Ogre from Bob.
we have these 3 idiot hacks that work for us. They're Bob, Frank, and Garrett, essentially. And you know, it is what it is.
I love that response too. It's like, because again, Bob wanted to be here, but he's got family stuff this weekend. Frank wanted to be here. Frank is here, and Garrett wanted to be here, but he's got family stuff this weekend. So shout out to those guys of being the other 2 stooges.
That's it. They're like the 3 problem children.
I've made good life decisions. That's why I can be here.
I am shocked that you didn't say. I thought for sure you were going to say Up the River just because I'm here, and you could,
No, you should finish that so I can read it. I don't want to read it.
you would make that a. You were going to make that a whole big thing, and I'd have to be like, "Oh, shut up, Frank."
Can we start that Twitter campaign? Finish Up the River.
Oh my god, it's
That's a good hashtag.
It's a hard.
I'll make it happen.
I'm a busy
Release the
man.
McIntire cut.
I know, but you're also a very gifted writer who doesn't use that muzzle enough, my friend.
Oh my goodness, I am mediocre at best. Mediocre.
Well, again, we know who's in the comments, and we know what mediocre looks like, and you're better than that. So,
Oh yeah.
hey, he would say it himself. So, but the other question is, Frank, if the characters from Dead End Kids dropped into the world of No Heroine, how would they survive? Have you thought about crossing them over?
I definitely wouldn't cross them over. That would be too much. I think they'd do all right. I think Murphy's got a mean streak. He'd torture some people and like it'd be no sweat. Since Tank is dead, I don't think he has to worry about it. And Amanda, I think she'd be all right. She's pretty good with a gun. So I mean, they hold their own.
I kind of thought they might be from the same universe. It's just that Heroine takes place in the city, and that the Dead End Kids were kind of in the burbs, the bad end of the burbs, across the track burbs.
I can neither deny or confirm that.
Very CIA answer.
Oh, yeah. But if it is something that's going to be confirmed, he slipped it past me.
So Gustavo would like to know where, Frank, do you get the inspiration for your characters?
From my horrible, horrible, horrible life. I have a very good life. Some of it wasn't great, and that's where most of it comes from.
Frank,
Nick is promoting a crossover with the publisher, so we need to get Travis on board with this one. Dead End Kids versus 4 Kids Walk Into a Bank. Okay.
If Matt's up for it, I would do it.
Yeah, no kidding.
It would have to be an origin story because it can't happen for one of the books.
Right. It doesn't work story-wise, but I'd read it.
That's the puzzle you figure out as the writer. You just make it work.
Right. What, Frank, do you have on the horizon? What does your next project look like? I mean, No Heroine is in the can, as it were, obviously still coming out, but what's the next thing on the horizon for you?
There's a book. Travis knows about it. We haven't said anything. It's got a 2 in the title. I'll say that much.
Yeah. It's got a 2 in the title. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. You know what I love?
Yeah.
Number 2.
Is it the number 2, or is it the Roman numeral 2, or is it TOO?
Oh man, I hope it's TOO.
It's actually it's a fight book like Mortal Kombat, where all the different kinds of 2s just fight to see which is the best one.
You know, I would still buy it. I'll be honest. I could still get down on that one.
Hoping.
So, Travis, what's coming up? Yeah, what's coming up that people need to be watching for from SourcePoint?
Well, stuff that's soliciting right now. We've got a couple of new number ones that are coming up. One is a book by Milton Lawson, who's a guy that we he came to us. He was a part of the Comic Experience school, and then he submitted a short story for an anthology we did last year. That we thought was really good, and then he pitched a book called Thompson Heller Detective Interstellar, which is like a pretty cool, kind of clever detective in space type of thing. So that number one is being solicited right now in August for an October release, and Cold Dead Hands number 1 by Garrett Flynn is being solicited right now for October release. Otherwise, we have a couple of series that have done really well for us that are wrapping up. The first volume of Broken Gargoyles is soliciting right now. Blood Bites number 3 is soliciting right now. Collected edition of Ogres, which is Bob Sally's follow-up to Ogres, is soliciting right now. One of my favorite books that we have done is the volume 4 of Monstrous, which is the Baba Yaga story arc. That issue 4 is soliciting right now. Issue 2, I think, is on store shelves right now. That's done. We don't do a ton of like long-term stuff. Monstrous is our longest thing that we've done, and it's up to 16 issues now. But that's been doing pretty well, and it's one of my favorites that we have going on. Newer stuff that's going to be coming out over the next couple of months. There's by David Hayes, who's been with us for a long time, called Dial P for Peanuts, which is sort of like a weird noir detective comic with some old versions of characters that might seem somewhat similar, as if they were dumped into a sort of a murder mystery. It's really fun. It's funny. It's kind of great. We have a new series that's going to fire up. I guess I must have been in a little bit of a noir mood when I was signing books for these months, because there's also Black with Heart number 1 is going to solicit next month, which is another like noir hard-boiled type of series. It's really cool. It's a really cool one-shot by Eastern Taverna that does solicit next month called Mother. He's the guy who wrote Samurai Grandpa, which we did really well with last year. There's tons of stuff. Game-wise, like I said, World Planet came out. Sovereign Skies is going to come out pretty soon, which is like more of a heavy Rondell-style Euro game. Really cool sci-fi world. What else comes out before the end of the year? Oh, Monstrosity comes out about drawing monsters, which we'll great things of.
So there's a lot to be on the lookout for from SourcePoint Press. You guys are doing big things.
We release 10 to 12 books every month. We release, on average, about one new game every 6 weeks or so. We're pretty busy. Lots of stuff coming out. There's going to be a couple of big announcements before the end of the year. One pretty enormous comic announcement, and one hopefully a pretty big game announcement will be coming out by the year. Also, I think we're going to start putting more of an investment, more of an emphasis on our prose line of books. Looking at, we do some prose now, and we do distribute through Ingram, which is a bigger book distributor. But we haven't really been focused on it too much. But now we've got a couple of new people on staff, and I've always wanted to start a couple of new blueprints to do genre fiction. Like in particular, I want to do a line with like like cozy mysteries, that type of thing. So I think those things are kind of charming, and there's a big market for it, and they tend to appeal to a growing section of the comics market and women readers and younger women readers specifically. So I'm gonna, through the end of this year, I'm gonna be focusing on kind of launching some new product lines and different sorts of things. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty busy. Most days I'm in the office, usually like 14 hours a day, and it goes by fast. I have to like remind myself, like, hey, you should go home and get to know your kids. Because it's like our office is like an idiot wonderland. You come in here and like make whatever you want. Make Josh build it and then send it to production and then put it in a store. It's pretty awesome.
I love that's how you put it. Make Josh build it, which is maybe the most true statement I've heard.
Yeah, that's essentially that's the progress. That's the process. So you think of a thing, decide that it's cool, make Josh do all of the work, and then wait for a tech to show up. That's essentially the business.
Is that Frank? That seems right?
I might disagree a little bit because I do a lot of the work when it comes to my book, so Josh doesn't have to. But that creates some problems for Josh, so it probably evens out. But yeah, no, it's 100% that's right.
We have a new thing. Oh man, Frank, wait until you see this. So we have a new thing called Mecha Josh, which is so we have this big back-end data system now. It tracks all of our releases. Like I've been working on it today, and what it does is so up through April of next year, it has every book and the month it releases and its release date and all this stuff. And this system automatically sends an email to people 3 weeks out, 2 weeks out, 1 week out, every time they need to send us their stuff, like your cover, your blurb, profiles, whatever it does. And they're all like, these emails come and they get like progressively more aggressive, and they're always from Josh. I cannot wait for that to start happening.
Can I get on the emails from Mecha Josh? Just fix?
Yeah, get a book published, man. Put a picture together. Sounds good.
I just want Josh to yell at me automatically. I think
oh my God, you cannot.
No. So
I want to give a shout out. Can I give a shout out?
Yeah.
There are good writers, and then there are great writers because they understand that communication is key. And Frank is one of the great ones because he's always feeding me information, letting me know what's going on, so I can tell my customers and get them excited. It's like so much better than the occasional post by Diamond in the previews. Like the ability to reach out and have a creator like give you all the feedback about what's going on is just mind-blowingly good. Thank you, Frank.
I'm happy to do it. It's much better than talking to Travis.
Oh, please. To be fair, though, I get creators asking a lot, like, "Hey, how can I do better in distribution? How can I get more stores to order my stuff?" And I'm always like, "Do what Frank does." Then it's like, "Well, what's Frank doing?" I see he posts on Facebook. I'm like, "Yeah, but what you don't see is he's actually talking to retailers every single day." Yeah. They're like, so many of them don't want to do that. They don't want to grind that out and like make all those connections. And I'm like, well, that's why the books are selling so well. It's because of those relationships.
Right. And it's a weird kind of karma too, because I'm always telling people to go talk to Travis, and he tells me stop sending people to talk to me, and now he's sending them to me to talk. So it's come full circle.
Yeah, the full circle.
Well, and I'll say this. I was talking to one of the other people who's involved in planning Cadets Con, and they have all 3 issues of No Heroine digitally that Frank sent them for reviews and for, pull quotes and that kind of stuff. And it was the same. I told him not to send me number 3, and he sent it anyway. Huh? He wanted me to know what was coming so I could order up on it. And what I tried to tell him was, I don't need to know what's coming. I'm going to order up on it anyway. So that communication is really, really smart because the hype was strong with me long before we even knew when the book would get released. We're in the height of COVID and nobody knows when it's coming out. And I'm like, guys, guys, you gotta and it's really smart.
Yeah.
I try.
You ordered yours directly too, I think, Kyle, right?
Yeah, I ordered mine straight from you and from Corner Box. Now that their stuff is working a little better.
We had a nightmare with shipping for that book too. Absolute nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it worked out.
I'm still waiting on some of my order, but I'm willing to wait. I'm comfortable.
I'm gaming the system and ordering from everywhere.
The Temple Smith. So you're still waiting on the Temple
Called Hustle.
Like I get Corner Box, I get from Diamond. So basically, I know that I'm going to sell out no matter how much I order, and so I just like going. I've got this other thing coming in, so I feel like I've done the super smart.
They'll get there. We are. I think that the only things that haven't shipped completely are all the Temple Smith variants, and those were like a week behind everything else, and then it was a mess. We had when our Diamond order came in, so we import in LA, and then that gets shipped, to different warehouses. Like so, you go to Olive Branch, which is the main Diamond warehouse, and you go to Iowa, and we come to us. And 2 pallets of our product ended up somehow being like a wrong stack of paper. They went somewhere third party, completely different. Where like anybody who kind of knows how warehouses work, if something shows up and they don't expect it, they don't touch it. They'll be like, we're not taking any liability for it. We won't take delivery of it, and it just sits there. So it ended up, 2 pallets of product, which was entirely no heroin stuff, ended up sitting completely wrong warehouse, completely unrelated to our industry for several days before we figured it out. Then they had to go pick it back up, bring it back, give it to the right one. Turned into a huge mess. Huge mess.
I think that's the pallet that my orders are on. So.
Oh, definitely. Because we had to make a choice at some point of like, okay, this is how many units showed up. Who gets what? And I was like, well, I'll go Kyle personally. So screw him. I'll just.
I'll get 1, 2, 3 the same day.
Doesn't have his comps on the books.
Well, I'll get 1, 2, and 3 on the same day, and it'll be no heroin day.
It's true.
In Toledo, and we'll throw a party.
We will go up. We are working through it. It was a nightmare. It was like a really good. This book is doing super well. Like, oh, perfect. Now half the shipment is missing. Oy.
Right. That's the other thing I want to talk about is the book took off, and Frank, you're pointing people to shops that still have it. You're selling our books for us, which is a huge bonus. That way people weren't getting taken on eBay. What is that like to have to be like, look, okay, here's the secret. I know a guy who knows a guy. If you go behind the dumpster next to the Chick-fil-A, you can get the book.
Normal everyday Frank stuff.
I thought you said this was going to stay G, man.
We are. We're trying to buy comic books.
Okay. I realized really quickly when I started doing comics that the more money you can make for people, the more they'll like you, which is really why Travis keeps publishing my stuff, not because it's good, but because it sells. And I figured if I did the same thing for retailers, they'd like me more. It seems to be working out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can attest to that. Does anybody in the comments have any questions for Frank or Travis? Throw them in the comments. We'll pop them up on screen, and we can, we'll keep rolling here. You guys, I've interviewed both of you several times now, and I always come with some weird out of left field questions. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
So for Travis, this is if you could publish. For Frank, if this is if you could write. If you could write one classic story for one non-traditional comic book, what comic book would it be? So if you could, you get a one shot of a character and it's going to be a classic, who are you writing, Frank?
It would have to be The Crow. It's an easy one.
Crow. Shout out to Jim O'Barr.
Yeah, that's my favorite book. It's my favorite book. I think it none of the follow-ups have been as good, so I'd like to take a crack at that. No offense to any of the people who've written it, but the first one was really magical for me as a reader. So yeah, I'd take a crack at the Crow.
Travis, if you could publish any non-traditional comic book character that's ever existed, and you've got a classic on your hands, who are you looking for?
Okay, so there's probably two, and one of which I am actively pursuing, and the other one of which I have not yet. But sort of like my mentor, my kind of hero in comics was Gary Reed, who was the editor-in-chief of Caliber Comics. He wrote Dead World for many years. It was with IDW and with Image and with Caliber at different times. I think that if I were to publish, he has a character called Saint Germain that he did a couple of miniseries with, and it's kind of based on the life of this real life person who people suspected was an immortal. And he was an alchemist who discovered the Philosopher's Stone. So it's kind of like this real historical figure. And in Gary's version, he is an immortal, and he kind of like is this taciturn problem solver through history. So I always thought that was a really awesome story, and I think it could be something that you could do a lot with. It's sort of, I mean, if you've seen the Old Guard or Red Rucko's comic that he did, similar to that, it's not really as violent. He's more of a Sherlock Holmes. He's more like an immortal Sherlock. So that would be one. The other one is if I could get Guy Davis to come out of comic retirement and relaunch Baker Street, which was another early 90s. That was like punk rock. It was a retelling of Sherlock Holmes in like 1980s punk rock London, late 70s, early 80s punk rock. And it was one of my favorite indie comics from way back in the day. I don't know if you remember either of those, Jen. But both of them are early 90s, which is, I was 13, 14, 15 at that time, so I was very, those were kind of like the comics I was, really, really getting into. Along with, that was also around the time like New Carnage came out, things like that. So, an Image was new and all that kind of stuff. But those are probably the two that I would want to get a hold of and do, or make a continuing series out of it.
At Baker Street, somebody's asking what publisher is that, and I'm trying to remember because I have them somewhere.
Caliber Baker Street. I think it's probably still in print. It's a trade. But Guy Davis is, he was the. He did Marquee, which I think was Dark Horse for a long time. He did BPRD for a long time. He worked a lot on Hellboy stuff. He was a Detroit-based artist for a long time. Now he doesn't really do comics much anymore. Now he does like concept art. But he's amazing. Does really good stuff.
All of that old school Caliber stuff is so close to my heart. I was a big fan of Gary's as well. So,
you're sort of from the same area. That was a big deal for a long time.
Mm-hmm. So one more time here, guys. We're running low on time. Give us the social media links. Where can people find you? Where can people talk to you about your stuff? Where can people buy things? Frank, you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah. Everything is just /Frank Gogol at Frank Gogol. I got in there early and got my name on everything. So at Frank Gogol on Twitter and Instagram. You can buy stuff from Travis. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. SourcePoint.press. And that's all you asked for, right? Yeah.
Whatever you want to send people to, man. If you got a Patreon, a YouTube page,
I wish I had time for all that stuff. I wish I had time.
Hey, that's fair.
Just follow me on social medias.
Travis?
Yeah, all the usual places. We're SourcePoint Press everywhere. Oxide Media, Deepwater Games. That's sort of all me. I'm pretty easy to find under my name. I'm at TMcIntire1 on Twitter and at Travis the Beard on Instagram. So I'm not hidden. Feel free to reach out. If you really want to buy stuff, what I would like the most is find a store in your area, put a mask on your face, and go there and buy some books, please. Our books or anybody else's books, I don't care. But let's keep the industry healthy and keep it rolling. Do that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And one of the things I wanted to do, and I'm sure Jen will echo this as well, I wanted to thank you, Travis, and you, Frank, for making it so easy to carry the books and so easy to sell them. We had Tom Hutchison on earlier from Big Dog Ink, and I mentioned you and he, and we have James from Scout Comics on tomorrow. You guys, really are, leading the way in the new way of getting books, which is having relationships directly with the companies and the publishers and being able to get them directly from them. That way you don't have to worry about what happens if, Diamond isn't open, or, we can have these relationships and cover our bases. And
it was it is something that it was this crazy thing. We've always been really careful. I mean, we never signed an exclusive with Diamond or anything like that. We always kept our own ability to distribute. It really ended up being a godsend. But with Jen, it's easy because she could sell water to a killer whale. So it's very
Only if I love it.
She makes it simple. So,
it's true. I mean, when I was closing my brick and mortar, Jen's like, send me every Source Point book you have. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. No, send me every Source Point book you have. And it was like that scene where Ron Swanson's in the diner going, give me all the bacon and eggs you have.
I don't know if you heard me.
Yeah.
What
I actually said was,
I know what I'm about to say.
Right. I know what I'm about. That's what it was. Is just Jen's going, Kyle. Like all of it. And I'm going, Jen, that's like a lot. And she's going, all of it. Okay. Not going to argue with you.
Yeah.
Sealed cases of stuff. Like, here, just take it. So, guys, we appreciate you being here. We're gonna Will, you had a couple of last minute questions. Do you want to ask your questions?
Just real quick. I asked a question earlier in the thing. I said favorite Ninja Turtle.
That's easy for me. Okay, try to do it first. Since you're turtle shaped.
Leonardo.
Probably Leonardo. He's the least obnoxious, and he's the most responsible. So that's basically me.
Frank?
All right. First of all, Leonardo sucks. He's a whiny do-gooder. Raphael all the way.
I knew you would say that, Frank.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other question I had was, if you could take any cartoon character and create a story using that character, who would it be and why?
From any
Yeah.
From anything?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Man, that's really tough. Right now, that would be a different answer depending on when you asked me. Right now, this second, I would probably say, this is going to be really weird, but I would probably say that if I could get my hands on the GoBots, it would make me so happy. I want to do like really subversive GoBots comics where like you intimate that they exist in the same world as the Transformers, but like Transformers are cool and big and people know them, and like Leader One's just sitting around being like, this is BS. And they turn into crappy cars and everything about it sucks. And they're just like super angsty robot cars. Like that would really tickle me. Another it's not really a cartoon character, but I really like the Hungry Hippos for some reason. But that always tickles me, and I was
That'd be the greatest comic book ever. Hungry Hippos comic.
I don't realize most people don't realize the hippos have names, and one of the names is Bottomless Potamus. That's one of the hippos' name is Bottomless Potamus. That is terrifying.
That's a villain, yeah.
Yeah. So like that would be two that I'd really like to be able to mess around with. I mean, the fact that like the bad guy in GoBots, his name is Psych Kill, and guess what he turns into? Right? Like, that's brilliant.
I can see a moment in that book where like leader one is sitting at a convention somewhere, and people keep asking him to sign it. He's like, "Wait a minute, you're not Thundercracker?"
You mean like, oh, that's actually a great idea. You could make it so that they're like the C-level celebrities at conventions. So like, GoBots are doing the tour, and like Optimus Prime rolls in. And, like, that kind of stuff would be awesome. I like that. I really like Popeye. You know, though Popeye does exist as a comic. King Features, I think, there's a Joe's Comic still publishes it through King Features.
Oh yeah, I just started collecting the Golden Age Popeyes.
But Popeye is a really like fun, like absurdist character when you really think about like all the like the different aspects of what's going on there. I think it would be really fun to do, and has a lot of stupid gags. I like pulpy stuff, and I like subversive underground. Like I like the crappy versions of things, you know. Like so, like you have Transformers on one side, and then you have like GoBots. I will automatically be drawn towards like, how come these ones are so cheaper and they don't work quite as well? Like that's kind of neat, you know. Like, so I don't know. I like that kind of stuff.
All right. Well, guys, we are right up against our time. So we could talk about GoBots all day, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely. I mean, there's more GoBots than even Leader 1 and Psycho. There's a whole bunch of GoBots.
Right. We could talk about GoBots all day, I'm sure, but we are right up against our time. Thank you. Yes. Get the license to Street Shark for Frank. We will be thank you guys for being here. You're watching Cadets Con. If you're watching online, which you have to be because I keep saying that, but anyhow, the stream is going to cut out for a minute. We'll be back in just about 60 seconds with the second half of our day, and Enrica Jang, who does, or Enrica, yeah, that's right, who does Crossing just in about 2 minutes' time. So thank you once again to Frank and Travis. We will see everybody.
Take care, gentlemen.
See you, John.
2 minutes. Bye, guys.
Thanks, guys.